development for teachers and school.
All right, folks. My name is Mike Page, and I am here with you. And this is just the aerials that we were seeing before as Kinsey was bringing us this news of a man stuck in a tree. He has been since rescued, but obviously probably very, very dehydrated. We'll get you the top headlines coming up in just a minute here. So we appreciate everybody watching. We've got a full show for you. And there's the White House as they switched on us.
It was clear to me that our schools were unprepared to meet my daughter's needs and to meet the needs of students with dyslexia, and teachers had never been properly trained to identify.
I-10 freeway shooter back in court. His attorneys telling a judge he has an alibi.
School Superintendent Diane Douglas makes good on a campaign promise, leading the vote to end Common Core.
Big changes at Tempe Town Lake, and that means an empty lake for months while the work is finished.
Famous paintings, expensive jewelry, and a luxury car. Just a few of the items hitting the auction block in Scottsdale this week.
Halloween and football go perfect together on a Monday night. Fans hoping the Cards will bury the Ravens' offensive line. I'm Nicole Garcia. I'll have more from the tailgating scene coming up.
Busy day. We begin with the FOX10 News Alert. 2 shootings in the Valley. First, an attempted robbery at an auto parts store, and Sky Fox over the scene. This is 24th Avenue in Van Buren. A security guard ends up shooting and killing the suspect in this case.
Now, police are telling us the security guard was forced to open fire after the suspect pointed a gun at him.
Our Steve Kraft is on the scene. He joins us live with the latest tonight. Steve.
Well, let me show you this scene. This is the auto parts store you were speaking about. It's called Penny Pincher Auto Parts. What happened was, according to police, a man came in waving a gun saying this is a stick-up, and the security guard then confronted him and started to wrestle with him. They were rolling on the floor, and somehow the robber got away from the security guard. He ran outside, jumped in his truck. The security guard went outside, yelled at the robber to stop, as we're looking at these aerial pictures here. And then the security guard says the robber inside the truck pointed his gun at the security guard, who then opened fire, killing the robber. Now, we spoke to a witness who was in the store at the time. Here is what he had to say.
Crawl, under the counter and get behind the wall, that's all.
How long was the whole situation? How long did it take place?
Well, when we hear the gunshot, a couple seconds, that's it.
It's closed down. We're at 24th Avenue, so obviously this is a developing story. Police are continuing this investigation, and it's best to avoid this area. One man dead, still in that truck back there. Reporting live, Steve Kraft, FOX10 News.
Thanks, Steve. Another FOX10 News Alert. Police say a fight between brothers led to a shooting at Sharks Market in Phoenix. Sky Fox over the scene. This is 32nd Street and Greenway. Police say one brother works at the store, the other showed up, there was a fight, one of the brothers shot the other. The suspected shooter stayed on the scene, and the victim was taken to the hospital. The man accused of being the freeway shooter appears in court today, and the hearing could be a victory for his defense team.
They say that they have evidence that will prove Leslie Merritt Jr. was nowhere near the freeway when those shootings happened. And today a judge said that he will allow them to present that evidence. Our Fox reporter, Mark Martinez, in court today for the hearing. He's live tonight with the story. This would be something.
Yeah, and prosecutors say ballistic evidence proves that Leslie Merritt Jr. is behind 4 of the 11 confirmed freeway shootings. 3 of them here that happened on August 29th along the I-10 freeway, and then a 4th that happened between August 22nd and 27th near Sky Harbor Airport. But his attorneys say they have evidence to show that Merritt has an alibi for these dates, and they want the judge to lower his bond so he can be released until trial. Accused freeway shooter Leslie Merritt Jr. making an appearance in court today. His defense attorneys asking the judge to lower his $1 million bond. They say they have alibi evidence, including phone records and text messages, that will prove Merritt is not behind the attacks.
The statements that our alibi witnesses have provided which we've provided to the state, which indicate that the defendant, Mr. Merritt, was not present at the time and place of the alleged shootings.
The judge agreed to allow them to present that evidence at a special hearing set for November 16th.
I'm just focusing on if this is a purported alibi. I don't need the history of each one of these witnesses. I want to know where they were at 7 a.m. or whatever time it is on August 29th. So we'll limit it to that.
Merritt's attorneys say they feel confident the new information that was not available when a judge first set Merritt's bond will be enough to convince this judge to modify his release conditions.
There's nothing more we can say other than everything will come out in court on the 16th. I appreciate the understanding. It's a difficult situation, but we're going to follow Judge Granville's marching orders, and we're just going to leave it right there.
And the judge set the next hearing for November 16th. He told attorneys on both sides not to make any comments about this case outside of the courtroom. We'll have the latest on that hearing next month. Reporting live, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
Fox follow-up tonight. New details on the car that Scottsdale police are looking for that was involved in a hit-and-run crash. They say a 33-year-old woman was walking near 124th Street in Shea last night when she was struck. Police say the car is a black four-door sedan and it would have damage to the front end, the hood, and the windshield. The victim is in the hospital in serious condition. If you have any information, call Scottsdale Police.
There's no marijuana for sale, but you can find out a lot about the marijuana industry at a 3-day event in downtown Phoenix. The Phoenix Convention Center hosting the Southwest Cannabis Conference and Expo, as it's called. First up today, a job fair where attendees can learn about, they can apply for jobs in the pot industry. The conference itself begins tomorrow. Organizers telling us that there's going to be a lot of products to see and business that's taking place there, but no pot will be sold. There are some reports that undercover officers may actually attend the event to be on the lookout for anybody who doesn't adhere to that strict policy.
Well, all quiet now, but there were reports of backups along the 101 heading into Glendale. Obviously, the Cardinals playing tonight against the Ravens. Here's a live look from Sky Fox. Things appear to be moving okay as fans are packing University of Phoenix Stadium right now and nearby Westgate Mall in time for the Cardinals game.
This is an exciting Monday Night Football game. In less than a half an hour, the Cardinals take on the Ravens at the University of Phoenix Stadium in Glendale, and it has been a really busy afternoon with all of the tailgating going on. You almost have to call in sick or not show up for work.
Right, or leave work very early. Yes, Fox 10's Nicole Garcia in the midst of it in Glendale with more on the pregame party. Nicole.
Yeah, guys, Cards fans are fired up. This is the prime time of primetime games, and certainly lots of fans out here early tailgating, and they're hoping they can celebrate with a big win tonight here at home. It was the perfect day, perfect weather for some food, some barbecue, games, drinks, music, family fun, and football. Cards fans looking forward to watching their team rise to victory. Nobody out here is really worried about a close game or a loss, seeing as that the opponents, the Ravens, are 1-5. And with Halloween just around the corner, some fans got really creative with their pregame rituals.
Calais Campbell, Cardinals all day.
This is where we're leaving them at rest tonight after the game.
Hence the tombstone.
Hence the tombstone, yeah.
R.I.P.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
We're going to bury him. We're going to bury him.
We do the skeleton like the team's dead. So we're going to kill the other team, and we put a skeleton, we put the jersey on. The head is, the head's broken off, and that's more symbolic of the kids playing with the skeleton than it is symbolic of anything to do with how we want them to destroy Flacco.
I don't think you can take any team easy in this league. They're a good 1-5 team, but I definitely think we're the better team, and it's going to show tonight.
So the tailgating is winding down. As you can see, all the fans are starting to file into the stadium. Kickoff is in about 30 minutes. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Nicole. The Cards hosting a food drive before the game tonight. Volunteers from St. Mary's Food Bank and the Cardinals cheerleaders will be collecting all kinds of food, canned food, non-perishables, right outside at several points outside of all 5 stadium gates. Fans encouraged to bring non-perishable food items and or money for donations. The donations will benefit St. Mary's Food Bank Alliance.
Want to remind you, the World Series, talking baseball, kicks off tomorrow night right here on Fox 10. Game 1 coverage begins at 4:30. The Mets and the Royals. That means you can catch an early edition of Fox 10 News at 4 tomorrow. Still ahead tonight at 5, the woman suspected in a deadly homecoming parade crash in court today. We hear from her family and why her attorney is concerned about her mental state.
Also, the death toll rising after a powerful earthquake hits Afghanistan.
And remnants of Hurricane Patricia still causing problems along the Gulf Coast.
Our weather, well, a little bit warm, not bad, but those temperatures will be coming down. And as John said, remnants of Patricia, what's she up to now? We'll take a look coming up.
All right, so those were your latest updates. Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Pace, and welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We appreciate everybody watching right now. Part of FOX10Phoenix.com. We have a lot to talk about today. I'll be here with you until about 7 o'clock, and then Kinsey will come down, as always, and close out the show. You know, now we stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., so this is always the destination that you should have. We appreciate it when you guys do. Here is some of the stuff we will be talking about today. We're going to update you on the very latest with that horrible Oklahoma State crash that happened over the weekend with a car that just plowed into pedestrians as they were just watching a parade there. And so we'll have the latest on that, and we saw the update on that Phoenix shooting update. We'll give you a little bit more details on that, and then a father-son pic goes absolutely viral. We'll show you that pic in the interview. It's very fun. They go viral for an awesome reason there. And Walking Dead fan, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but still a crazy story. Walking Dead fan kills friend. Unreal. So we'll have that. And can the Cards win? Can they win today on Monday Night Football? We'll be giving you live game updates throughout the show. It kicks off at about 5:30, so hopefully the Cards could get off to a awesome start like they have been in the past. So hopefully they can keep that up and bounce back from last week's loss. So lots to talk about, but I do want to just catch you up on some other headlines as well that happened today, and we'll just talk about them for a little bit here, including what happened in Illinois today. 2 people dead, one being the shooter. This happened in Bolingbrook, Illinois, suburb outside of Chicago, where somebody walked in and shot someone, and then what it looks like to be then turned the gun on themselves. So a very sad situation out there in Bolingbrook, Illinois. Don't know too much more, but as you could imagine, that investigation is still going on right now. But to give you a little new update, I want to go to Oklahoma, the OSU. This is the latest story that they have on it.
I'm very sorry for those victims and the people who lost their life. It's a horrible, tragic accident.
That's Floyd Chambers, the father of Adacia Chambers, the young woman who was at the wheel of the sedan that plowed into a crowd at the Oklahoma State University. The crash killed 4 people and wounded dozens. Her father is painting the picture of a kind but troubled person, saying she spent time in 2 mental hospitals.
And they had her for a couple of weeks, and they released her and said there's really nothing else they could do for her. So I took her to another place when she got out of there, and basically the same thing. She was feeling fine, and you know, at that point she was 21, so I've done all I could do as a father.
The night before the crash, Adacia spent time with her aunt, who says she did not appear troubled.
This is so not her. This is not her character.
Chambers' boyfriend said Adacia had trouble sleeping the night before the crash. Her attorney says that sometimes she would go days without sleep. The boyfriend maintains that Chambers did not do drugs and that she rarely drank.
I think the last time we drank was on my birthday, and we each had a beer.
Chambers made her first appearance in court via video link. The state intends to charge her with at least 4 counts of second-degree murder, and each one of those counts carries a maximum sentence of life in prison. She's behind bars on $1 million bond.
Programs is irresponsible and short-sighted. Hurricane Patricia showed how being informed and prepared about coming storms can save lives. Investment in earth science research is vital to improving our understanding of our planet and building resiliency in a shifting climate. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we lost a good man, mentor, and coach this past weekend with the passing of Flip Saunders. While the veteran NBA coach grew up in the Cleveland, Ohio area, he will forever be a true Minnesotan to many of us. It started with his career as a player at the University of Minnesota, where he started over 100 games with the Golden Gophers. And after his playing career was over, he began his coaching career at Golden Valley Lutheran College before working his way up to the NBA. Flip coached the Minnesota Timberwolves to their first winning season, their first playoff appearance, and an appearance in the Western Conference Finals. More than accolades, though, Flip was a mentor to many. The outpouring of grief from players, coaches, sports writers, and fans shows just what he meant to those who knew him. Mr. Speaker, Flip Saunders was a basketball icon in Minnesota, and he will be greatly missed. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife, Debbie, and their 4 children, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Justice has closed its investigation into Lois Lerner and her band of bungling bureaucrats at the IRS. Choosing political expediency, it won't prosecute the actors. But according to news reports today, not only did officials at the IRS abuse their power by targeting the administration's political enemies, now they possess
Leader 1025 KNIX.
Will have, quote, sophisticated cell phone dragnet equipment known as Stingray. These devices work by pretending to be cell phone towers in order to strip metadata and in some cases even content from phones which connect to them, end quote. Mr. Speaker, why does the IRS want to spy on Americans? Sounds like the old Soviet Union to me. The Fourth Amendment protects Americans from this type of widespread abusive government spying. It's time for Congress to make sure that the constitutional right of privacy applies to the IRS and to this new technology. Technology may change, but the Constitution does not. And that's just the way it is. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Payne of New Jersey for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn.
The questions on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.
All right, just wanted to get some coverage in there and just peek in and see what was going on. We just saw the tail end of it, so catch you up on a story here from Indiana where there was a robbery.
Papa Roo on Indy's east side until the Cajun Gem became the victim of yet another restaurant robbery.
Don't move. And then open the register. I have a gun.
Papa Roo employees were behind the counter when the suspect in his 20s wearing a jacket and beanie opened the door.
He walked in. Hi, welcome to Papa Roo. He stood in line, and I just didn't think anything of it.
What the employees didn't know was that the man was not there to order a Cajun classic. He wanted cash.
He was the last person in line, So he was just waiting his turn. I didn't pick up on it.
After some basic conversation, the suspect demanded the employee open the register. When the crew didn't give in, he grabbed what he could.
He's looking around. He looks really scared at this point, so he takes some money from our tip jars, says thanks, and runs out the door.
This is the first time Paparoo has been robbed in their 8 years of business, and the owner says it's the last.
There's now multiple security cameras installed around the restaurant to show intruders they're not an easy target.
You're going to be seen, you're going to be caught, and that's it.
And that's not all. Effective immediately, Paparoo is now offering a 25% discount to customers who show their license to carry a handgun.
Well, it is a mess as we track the remnants of Patricia. Right in here, you can see that looping low pressure that is now what is left of that very powerful, in fact, the most powerful in the Western Hemisphere. And as you can see, it is leaving behind lots of rain. There's Dallas at 7 and 57/100ths. That's just this weekend. Look at Austin, a little over 6 inches, and that once again just through the weekend. New Orleans, almost 9 inches on the ground. Once again, that is just this weekend. And then take a look here down in Houston, 5 and 57/100ths of an inch. With all of that, yes, they are having a lot of flooding. That's not all. You see Brookhaven in Mississippi over 5 inches, Pensacola in Florida over 4 inches, 4 1/4 inches. They are flooding as well. It has cooled things down quite a bit. New Orleans 77, 67 in Atlanta, 65 in Memphis, and Houston 72. These people were in the 80s last week, 68 degrees up in Wichita, 62 in Omaha, 61 in Washington, D.C. We head to the west and you can see Denver at 62, Billings at 55 degrees. Look at Seattle, 54 degrees. Things are cooling off up in the northwest. 88 degrees here right now. We do have a little bit of cloud cover, but that will clear off through the night. 8 miles an hour out of the west, a little bit of the northwest on those winds. 45 degrees on the dew point, 23% on the humidity, and right now it's 86 degrees in Scottsdale, 83 up in Cave Creek, and Glendale 88 degrees, the same in Chandler at this hour. Take a look at it. We do have a couple of systems that are pushing their way toward Arizona right now, at least toward the west. Arizona will get a little bit of the brunt of some of them. We can see that low pressure in place, but not much to pick up or drag up into the state. Are you planning your Halloween? Mostly clear right now. The hourly temperatures 5 p.m. 77, 7 p.m. 73, and 9 p.m. 69 degrees. Any change in that I will have for you. Here's your high, 91 degrees, 88 in Mesa, 88 in Scottsdale, 88 in Chandler. Out at Luke, 89, 85 is the norm, 98 is the record high temperature for this time of year. As you can see here, some nice temperatures all around the state. Although it did get a little warm down on the desert. That is going to change, however. Take a look at your night, 66 degrees clearing. A few clouds, 88 degrees for tomorrow. By Wednesday, 86. By Thursday, a chance of rain. That's a nighttime chance of rain, 83 degrees. However, things are going to change when we get into Friday. Look at those mid 70s, upper 70s for Saturday or Halloween, and then we kind of go with a few 70s and a few 80s after that. But we do look like we could get some pretty good storms late Thursday into Friday. Watch your kids around water.
I think fall is officially here.
This is what we've been waiting for.
Well, we don't
Look
get
at the
this.
colors there, man. Wow.
Wouldn't it be nice if we had this?
Well, you've got it in certain spots. Up north you do.
Sometimes in about December, we start to see the trees here in town changing. A spectacular sight in Illinois. The fall colors are on full display. That must be a maple, that beautiful red one there. It's what it looks like all over the country, vibrant shades of yellow, red, and orange. We're just showing this is kind of eye candy, isn't it?
Yeah, we're trying to get you in the mood.
Because we're down here and you kind of forget what season it is. The trees look beautiful. The region experiencing what seems like the peak of the season as October starts to wind down. A perfect setting for the biggest holiday of the month with Halloween just 5 short days away. My kids are
Yes, it is a good setting, but as anyone knows, I am from Chicago, from Illinois, and that is beautiful, but then that site also brings back memories of, oh no, it's about to get extremely cold. That's all right, though. I love seeing those images, though. Great shot of that aerial, though, of those fall changing colors of the leaves. Got to love it. Rachel says, I miss the fall colors so much. Yes, but at least we're not missing that cold, because it could be downright brutal. And then at times, as you know, it's not just the cold, it's the snow, it's the ice. I like living here where I can just get out of the house and know I won't have to scrape anything off my car. Awesome feeling there. Let's keep it going with some stories here. This is one of the top stories that we played for you this afternoon. If you like good stories, you're going to like this one. It's not a robbery, it's not a shooting, it's not a fire. It's a dog that survived 2 months out in the wilderness. Take a look. Awesome story.
You know what he loves is a belly rub.
Statistics will only tell you so much.
Sometimes the odds don't tell the whole story.
There are varying degrees of questions, and sometimes unbelievable answers.
By all rights, he should have been gone, and yet here he is, so.
So, one must wonder.
We just thought it was impossible that he would come back at that point.
How something that seemed impossible could ultimately become possible.
Good boys.
We went up to my family's cabin to celebrate my 30th birthday. Unfortunately, while we were out back shooting, somebody left a door open, and sure enough, he bolted.
Hank disappeared into the wilderness, and for hours his loved ones searched. They figured maybe, just maybe, someone picked him up.
But then you have this worst case scenario, like, oh, this other animal ate him, and that's an awful way to, die.
Those terrible thoughts lingered.
So yeah, not knowing was the worst part.
You see, it's tough, because Hank's family.
We were all over the internet, and we were finding the miracle stories about dogs that were lost for 2 years.
Statistics will tell you, after 30 days, it is likely a lost pet will never return.
Well, the phone call actually came to me.
Fortunately, there are things greater than statistics.
It's from Home Again Pet Services. Somebody has found Hank.
After spending 2 months in the outskirts of Wyoming, a microchip implanted in Hank ultimately linked him back up with his family.
The truck pulls up and his head is poking out the window. It was just, surreal. Because I really didn't think I'd ever see him again.
By all accounts, Hank likely shouldn't be here.
You should never completely lose hope, because you might be that family that beats the odds.
Statistically speaking, he's one lucky pup.
Good boys.
This is...
They're scum.
By now, people are used to hearing Donald Trump lash out at the media.
They're so bad. They're so illegitimate. They are just terrible people.
Or mocking President Obama over the Iran nuclear deal.
Oh, okay. You can self-inspect. Send us a letter. Dear Mr. President, everything's fine.
And even members of the president's cabinet.
I don't want him on a bicycle during nuclear negotiations.
But the attacks on fellow Republicans seem to be getting more frequent.
Bush said, I don't like Mr. Trump's tone. We have people, their heads are being chopped off in the Middle East, and he's worried about tone.
But Trump's most repeated theme today, attacking a pair of polls which he admits shocked him for putting Ben Carson in first place.
Carson is lower energy than Bush.
I really refused to really get into the mud pit. Hillary actually was right when she said, that the Republicans are there, trying to destroy each other.
Hillary Clinton, meanwhile, was on the receiving end of some criticism from a candidate who typically does not dish it out, Bernie Sanders, the Vermont senator taking a veiled shot at Clinton for her Iraq war stance.
I listened carefully to what Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld had to say, and I said, no, they're not telling the truth.
Meanwhile, Vice President Joe Biden opened up in an interview over the weekend saying he would have run for president if he thought he could have won. He also said the rumor that his son Beau asked him to run from his deathbed was simply not true. In Washington, Joel Waldman, Fox News.
But while I will not be a candidate, I will not be silent.
Ending months of speculation about a possible White House run, Vice President Joe Biden addressed a hastily assembled press corps this afternoon from the Rose Garden, flanked by President Obama and his wife Jill. In his roughly 15-minute speech, Biden addressed his son Beau's death from brain cancer back in May and explained the grieving process the entire family had to endure was the primary reason he was unable to make a decision earlier.
That process, by the time we get through it, closes the window on mounting a realistic campaign for president. that it might close. I've concluded it has closed.
Those who would have been his opponents in a Democratic race were quick to praise Biden as a man of principle and character. Democratic Socialist Senator Bernie Sanders thanked Biden for being a friend to the middle class, while the frontrunner Hillary Clinton tweeted that Biden is, quote, a good man from whom she drew inspiration. Clinton stood to lose the most from a Biden run. While she currently leads most national polls, had the vice president gotten into the race, he would have likely drawn support away from Clinton.
Joe Biden has made these numerous swipes at Hillary Clinton in recent days. I think what this shows is this lack of embracement by Democrats and by her own colleagues.
Biden's announcement comes just one day before Clinton is to appear before the House Select Committee on Benghazi, a committee whose investigation has been nothing but a thorn in her campaign's side since she announced her candidacy. In Washington, Ed Henry, Fox News.
All right, so that's the latest on the campaign trail for 2016. I do want to talk to you now about a fun story also that popped up. A father and son picture goes viral in a big way. We have that story from our Fox affiliate in D.C. If I could just move this over for you guys, we'll play it. Awesome story. You'll see why they went viral in a minute here.
Might not have realized it when he posted a photo of himself and his dad, but a lot of people, I'm talking in the thousands, really liked the picture online. A lot of people who saw this posting responded with speculation about which man they'd rather date, and a lot more had some very specific ideas about exactly how they'd like to spend time with either Carell or his father. I don't think they knew that it was Carell and his dad, more like brothers. Okay, you're gonna have to wait about those comments because they're joining us first. So let's flip the music. Let's bring in Carell and father Billy to our studios. Hey, yes! Love this father and son duo. How you doing? Good. Nice to meet you. Hello. And welcome. So are you guys surprised about this?
They caught us off, yes.
So, okay, tell us about the picture. Where's this picture and how did it happen?
Well, the funny thing is we were in Lenox Mall in Atlanta doing a little shop. We actually were both trying on the shirt that you see in the
picture.
And funny thing is my father said, well, son, let's take a picture like we usually do. And
always clowning off with each other.
Okay, right.
We had a good time, and when I posted it, it was almost instantly, it's just, I had to cut my phone off. My phone made my battery die to turn my notifications off on my phone.
That's amazing.
And you think about this, right? I mean, it's something so innocent. So we hear that some of the comments online were not so innocent.
And you're a pastor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us some of the tame ones?
The tame one was a lot. I get a lot of, I don't know if I want to be stepmom or stepdaughter or daughter-in-law. It's a lot of those. Those are more on the easy side, but they get pretty graphic.
Were you surprised?
Very.
They were very surprised. You know, just clown off with my son. We always, they like to say they look like their dad, and so, you know, I have a good relationship with them. So we just took a picture, and we never thought in a million years that it would go viral the way it has. And so, you know, with the comments, when you put something out there like that, you know, people are going to express themselves in their own context. For me, you know, if something good can come out of it, that's good. You know, he's probably much more excited about it than I am.
Because you're single.
He's single.
Okay, you're married.
Yes, I'm happy.
All right, so what does this mean for a single guy?
Well, for a single guy, I mean, I guess it kind of broadens my range of finding that special someone.
Right.
Other than that, you know, I'm just focusing on my business and school.
And what do you do?
I'm a barber, actually.
Okay.
Pretty popular barber in Baltimore City.
Yeah. Okay, in Baltimore.
I do pretty well with that. Working on branding myself, that's all.
I love it. I love that.
What does your wife think about all the comments?
Well, you know, I come home to her every night. So she's a woman, you know, so I don't know if they might have made her feel uncomfortable, but she didn't, you know, make me feel that way. She understood that, you know, we took a picture and it went viral and women are open to their opinion. And so I received all those positive comments.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it feels crazy that, you know, they're calling you an internet celebrity or a celebrity, and I'm walking in the malls and they run up to me and say, there's King Rel and his father.
It's a strange world, isn't it?
It's a strange world that we live in, right? I've been introduced to the world of the millennials now.
Right.
You know,
Now, were you on social media and all that?
I'm on social media and everything, and we post pictures all the time
Yeah.
with his brothers and us, but for some strange reason, there was something. And I think what people really saw was our chemistry.
Absolutely.
That, you know, we, any typical father and son, I'm tough on him. You know, I want to see him do better than me. So I really believe, more than looks, that there was a real chemistry that came abroad with that picture, because we really do have a real father-son relationship.
But now it just occurs to me, and probably to us, that you have this platform.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you are a pastor and you have a business, a platform to maybe do something together now that you have the world's attention.
Absolutely.
If you're spreading a message of positivity, and it doesn't hurt that, you know,
Yep.
well, I
Comes in a
too.
good package.
Exactly.
Yep.
So I don't know. Any plans to do anything with it?
Well, you can talk first. Yes, we do, but I'll let him explain.
Well,
that.
it's a couple things, you know, that's been coming our way, both our way, and it's that in the work. So it's all blessings. Can't really talk too much on it today. Everything's confirmed, but it's a blessing. I know, actually, I was just here 2 nights ago. I went out to a club here. I think it was a bar called Rose Bar. And it was immediate, like, this, oh my God, it's you. And that's different for me. Like, I'm used to, you know, certain female attention, but not to this degree.
All right, well, tell folks where they can find you.
Yes. How do they follow you?
Well, easily you can find me on my Twitter. It's _King_Rel _ again. And my Instagram is King_Rel_ Pops.
All right.
On Twitter, I am Pastor Billy, middle initial H for Howard Stanfield. On Facebook, I'm also Pastor Billy H. Stanfield. On Twitter, I'm BHSG.
To being settled. The tentative agreement comes after weeks of negotiations between schools, Republican legislative leaders, and Governor Doug Ducey's staff. The lawsuit was filed back in 2010, accusing the state of shortchanging schools by not accounting for inflation. A vote could come later this week during a special session, and we will hear from lawmakers on both sides of the issue coming up tonight at 6.
2 hikers rescued after being stranded in Camp Verde north of the valley. Crews say 4 men hiked into a canyon over the weekend. One hiker got sick, another twisted his ankle. The 2 remaining hikers left the canyon to get a cell signal and try to call for help. Rescue volunteers with the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office, they found these men and rescued them by helicopter and flew them to a ranger station.
Well, we're getting a look at the construction on a massive new dam at Tempe Town Lake. This new dam will replace the dam that burst back in 2010, spilling nearly 1 billion gallons of water. The construction is happening right here on the western side of the lake, and I kind of want to zoom in here, take you in. Of course, we've got Tempe Town Lake. This is the western edge of it, and this is where the current dam is. Now, the city says that this dam will be the largest of its kind in the country. They're basically going to get rid of this one. The water's going to spill out, and they're going to replace it with a dam that will go about right here, about 100 yards to the west of that one. It's the biggest project ever done at Tempe Town Lake.
We've been working away here in Town Lake for more than a year, and the finish line is in sight.
Crews began building the steel and concrete dam last June, and today the first of 8 steel gates was brought in.
Each of the gates is 106 feet wide, 17 feet tall, 232,000 pounds. When we need to pass water, these gates will lay down essentially hydraulically.
After the steel gates go in, the water from the lake will be moved out. Most of the water will go into an SRP channel and be used for irrigation and parks.
And the reason to do that is so that we can get at the current dam and remove it.
After the old dam is removed, the water will be put back in, and Tempe Town Lake will be back in business.
Projected lifespan is about 50 years or more, and so we're just excited to ensure the long-term future of Town Lake by doing this.
Well, the project is actually going to cost quite a bit of money. This is an expensive project. The price tag, $47 million. It will be completed in April.
We got a Fox follow-up on the Lamar Odom case. The former NBA star, Lakers star, blood tests show that he had cocaine in his system when he was rushed to the hospital after being found unconscious in a Nevada brothel. The Sheriff's Department in Nevada has said that if there was cocaine in his bloodstream, it's distinctly possible that he could be prosecuted for drugs. Odom is now in an LA hospital going through rehab. His condition has reportedly been improving by the day.
In tonight's Business Watch, Toyota has reclaimed the title of the world's largest automaker, selling close to 7.5 million vehicles so far in 2015. Volkswagen held the spot for the first half of the year, General Motors placing in 3rd place. And sales of new homes actually plunged in September, down more than 11%. That reverses a trend that saw sales of new homes jump more than 17% over the first 9 months of the year. Higher prices and slower overall economic growth are apparently slowing down the housing market. FedEx, they're looking forward to a very happy holiday season, and they're expecting it to be busy. The company says they expect to ship a record of 317 million packages. The prediction comes due to a steady rise on the online shopping side of things, which has seen record growth in recent holiday seasons. And now John has a look at what happened on Wall Street today.
Well, actually, not much, Carrie. It was a quiet day on Wall Street. Stocks didn't do very much to start the week. The Dow slipped 23 points. That's no big deal. NASDAQ climbed too. It was pretty much a flat day. Many companies will be reporting earnings this week, including Apple, that is anticipated, and Xerox. The Federal Reserve also meets tomorrow and on Wednesday, but very few investors expect an increase in interest rates this year because the strength of the economy globally remains uncertain.
You decide. Donald Trump holding a rally today in New Hampshire, and he went after rival Jeb Bush. Last week, Bush has ordered cutbacks in his campaign, a sign that his run could be in trouble.
So he's meeting now with mom and dad. No, it's true. He needs counsel. And he was very angry over the week. He said, if this is going to be this nasty, let them have Trump as their president. It's going to be nasty. Hey, Putin is a nasty.
Well, Trump might have more important things to worry about right now. A new Monmouth University poll says the third one showing this trend, showing Dr. Ben Carson has opened up a double-digit lead over Trump in Iowa.
The University of Mississippi has removed the state flag, which contains in the corner of it a Confederate emblem. The school's interim chancellor says a group of university leaders met last night and made that decision. He says he understands that the flag represents tradition and honor for some people, but he says it's offensive to many other people and is harming the school's future. The Confederate battle emblem has been a part of the Mississippi state flag since 1894.
Well, take a look at this. A small plane crashing, 3 people on board, comes crashing down in South Florida. And this was not a pretty sight, was it? The story taking place just outside of Fort Lauderdale. The rear of the aircraft breaking apart from the fuselage as it landed in the marsh. All 3 people on board were rushed to the hospital. It's unclear why that plane went down.
In New Jersey, we've got a bear imitating a cat. You're not going to believe this. He wanders through the middle of the town, and then he climbed up a tree. This is what cats do. This happened in Morristown, New Jersey, a few miles west of New York City. So wildlife officials, they tranquilized him, and it put him to sleep, but he just took the nap up in the tree.
He's got some good balance, doesn't he?
He did not fall out. So crews got a ladder, and they pulled him down.
He was in the nook. There's like a nook and cranny up there that he's just sitting in.
He's like, this is awesome. I'm having the best REM sleep I've ever had. He was tagged and released back into the wild when he finally woke up and said, what is going on?
How did I get out here?
Yeah.
Rare works of art.
All right, that's just some more updates for you on this beautiful, beautiful Monday evening. Get outside if you guys haven't been. It's just setting up to be a great night and also a great week here as I look to see if that graphic was up. And yes, here is the 10-day Foxcast. As you can see, Saturday, Halloween night, a beautiful 78 degrees with a low of 58. Absolutely gorgeous. And then look at next week. Yeah, we're just dialing into the low 80s. Awesome to see that. Low 80s, you could do so much with that. Picnics outside, grab lunch outside, do some running, whatever you guys want to do. It's going to be a beautiful week. That is why we live in Arizona. This forecast is why we live here. Not when it's 115. It's right now. So really, really enjoy this stretch here because we know that the snowbirds are coming. They've been coming, and they will continue to come as we keep showcasing these temps. I like that, Joe. But only after Fox News Now is finished. Of course. Of course. That is the name of the game there. Speaking of game, It is 0-0 right now. An update for you. 9 minutes to go in the first quarter. The Cardinals missed a 55-yard field goal, so it is still 0-0. They had a drive going, but Carson Palmer was sacked. Then they tried to go for that 55-yard, did not go. It was wide. So we'll be updating you throughout the evening here on the Cards Monday night game. And hopefully we'll be reporting later. Hopefully Kinsey will come on and say, you know what, there's a Cards win. So hopefully we will be talking about that in a little bit here. But it's just so great to be here with you this evening. We appreciate you watching. We're just about 41 minutes into the stream right here as the evening edition kicks off. My name is Mike Pace. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. we will be streaming. And of course, anytime there is a big event, live event, we will take that. Do want to show you an event that happened earlier. It was late last week. It was part of a President Obama initiative for criminal justice reform. So we're going to peek in and hear some of that right now.
Proportionately black and Hispanic. It's not news that the reasons for this include more severe sentences than you will find in other democracies, a failure to rehabilitate those we lock up so that many end up back behind bars, an aggressive war on drugs, and a bail system that means every day thousands of Americans are confined for the crime of being poor. It's also not news that in many of our cities we're seeing a breakdown of trust between police and the communities they serve. So we know all of this, and today we're going to focus instead on what we can do about it. So yesterday we saw the birth of another organization pressing for reform, this time an alliance of police chiefs and prosecutors, men and women on the front line, many of whom are in the audience today. We're all for reform. Everybody's for reform. There's a bipartisan groundswell for reform, but that word is pretty elastic. So for starters, I'd like to ask each of you, starting with the President, what's the goal here? Is it something more than just shrinking the prison population? What will success look like?
Well, first of all, Bill, thanks for moderating this. Thank you to the Marshall Project. I am particularly grateful to folks in law enforcement, some members of Congress who are here, people in prosecutors' offices, all of whom have taken a great interest in this. And as I said backstage before we came out, I do think that we're in a unique moment in which, on a bipartisan basis, across the political spectrum, people are asking hard questions about our criminal justice system and how can we make it both smart, effective, just, fair. You're right, Bill, that reform encompasses a whole bunch of stuff, and not everybody's going to have the same views on every issue. But I do think there are certain principles that my administration, our esteemed Attorney General Loretta Lynch, and her deputy, and others are pursuing, and there I do think that there's some rough agreement. Number one, I think there's a recognition that our criminal justice system should treat people fairly, regardless of race, wealth, station. That there has to be a consistency in the application of the law. I think that's an area where people agree. And so when I came into office and we saw a huge variance in how crack cocaine was being treated versus powder cocaine, people immediately asked the question, why is that? Particularly given that there might be differences in demographics in terms of who uses it. And that would be an example of an area where we had to reform it, and we still haven't gotten it where it probably needs to be, but we made a change. So one is fairness. Number two, proportionality. I think one of the things that has come up again and again in the discussions of reform is in any criminal justice system, we want to make sure that the punishment fits the crime. And if we know, for example, that someone engaged in a nonviolent drug crime should be punished, but that their sentence should not probably be longer than a rapist or a murderer, and yet that's not what our sentencing guidelines reflect, then that's a problem. So proportionality is a second issue that I'm concerned about. Number 3 is a recognition that incarceration is just one tool in how we think about reducing crime and violence and making our communities safe. And if that's the only tool, if we think we only have a hammer, then everything becomes a nail, then we're missing opportunities for us to create safer communities through drug diversion and treatment, for example, or through more effective reentry programs, or getting to high school kids or middle school or elementary school kids earlier so that they don't get in trouble in the first place. And how are we resourcing that? So that's a third area. Connected to that is, where are we spending our money? We know we're spending $80 billion a year incarcerating folks. If, in fact, we had smarter sentencing, we thought about how we're dealing with drug offenses more intelligently, we are working on evidence-based approaches to rehabilitation, reducing recidivism, and that leads us to save money that then in turn we can put on the streets to have a greater police presence, to cultivate better community police relations, to focus prosecutors' attention or police officers' attention on the truly dangerous criminals. Then aren't we better off, and isn't that what we should be pursuing? So those are the kinds of areas where I think there is actually rough agreement. Now, obviously, the devil's always in the details here, and there are going to be some disagreements on how successful is drug diversion, and can we, in fact, significantly reduce the prison population if we're only focusing on nonviolent offenses, where part of the reason that in some countries, in Europe, for example, they have a lower incarceration rate because they also don't sentence violent offenders for such long periods of time. Those are all legitimate debates, and I think that part of what our administration is trying to do is look at the data, figure out what we know works, what we don't, and the final point I'll make, and I've said this before with respect to criminal justice reform, we can't put the entire onus of the problem on law enforcement. I think there's been a healthy debate around police-community relations and some of the episodes that we've seen around the country. But we as a society, if we are not investing in opportunity for poor kids, and then we expect just the police to and prosecutors to keep them out of sight and out of mind, that's a failed strategy. That's a failure on our part as a whole. And so part of what we've also been trying to do, and this goes into the prevention issue, is think about where are the communities that are most vulnerable. I was in West Virginia yesterday talking about the opioid epidemic. Heartbreaking stories that you'd hear from parents about their children first getting OxyContin or Vicodin, maybe from a medicine cabinet, and suddenly they are hooked. They move on to heroin, and there was a consensus: we need to spend more time on treatment and not just on incarceration as a strategy. And I pointed out to them that part of what makes this an area where maybe those of us who are better off or middle class are more sympathetic is because it seems more like our kids are vulnerable as well. But of course, that's illusory. If kids in the inner city are not getting treatment and opportunity, that's as much of a problem as if it's happening to our kids. And we got to think of all our children in that same way. And I'm encouraged by the fact, in particular, that law enforcement is making this point over and over again, because they have the credibility because of the courage and the hard work, and they're on the front lines. So with that, I should probably make sure that the chief actually gets a word in.
There's a lot in there that I'd like to pick up on as we go through the allotted time. And I think I'll start with the question of sentencing, these draconian sentences that we apply to so many crimes, in part because that's the subject matter of the legislation that just today passed out of the Senate Judiciary Committee. A few decades ago, when crime rates were higher and when the only way to get elected to office was to be tougher on crime than your opponent, Congress began restricting the license the judges had in making their sentences. They established mandatory minimum sentences for a number of crimes. They tightened up the safety valve. That seems to now be recognized as the pendulum having swung too far in one direction. So it's beginning to swing back a little bit in the other direction. The bill that passed out of the Senate Judiciary Committee today does some modest reductions in mandatory minimums. Sorry, having a senior moment on my thought. But prosecutors love mandatory minimums as a rule. So this is really a question for you, John. Prosecutors love mandatory minimums because they can use them as leverage to drive plea bargains, because they can use them to turn low-level offenders and get them to rat out their bosses. How far can you go in eliminating or reducing mandatory minimums, do you think? Why not just eliminate them altogether?
Well, let me first start out by thanking the President and also the Attorney General for their incredible leadership in this area. Part of the reason we have a moment where all of law enforcement and the entire political spectrum are supporting changes to the sentencing regime is the leadership that you have shown and the people in this room have shown, including the Chief Beck. Mandatory minimums are an important part of how the federal system is set up. But, you know, since 2013, when the Smart on Crime policy was announced by then Attorney General Holder, federal prosecutors have been instructed not to use mandatory minimums except in cases that really merit their attention. In other words, aggravated felons, the leaders of drug organizations, violent people. And what that's meant is that our use of mandatory minimums has probably dropped by about 25% in that time. But so far, we have not seen a corresponding drop in the willingness of lower-level conspirators to cooperate with us. In other words, what we're seeing in the Smart on Crime policy is a direct ability to reduce mandatory sentences while still protecting the public. So, you know, the bottom line is, you asked the question, should we eliminate mandatory minimums entirely? And I think the answer to that is no. But we have to reserve their use for the most severe, dangerous, and violent offenders who are out there.
Why not eliminate them, though? Why not just have sentencing guidelines the way we have now and have had in the past, and leave it to the discretion of judges?
Well, I certainly think that, you know, part of what prosecutors do is advocate to judges. That's our job. We're used to it, and I think we're confident about the results we can get. Having said that, there's something to be said for those most aggravated top-level criminals knowing that they're going to get hit if they get caught with a very severe penalty. But that's different than saying we're going to use mandatory minimums to drive what has turned out to be mass incarceration of relatively low-level offenders in the federal system. Similarly, I think on the state side, and I would turn this over to Chief Beck, you know, some of the laws that were enacted on the state side in the 1980s and early 90s also had very heavy penalties. Whether those are necessary in every instance to accomplish the goals of public safety, that's a question that we could debate. But the bottom line is, I think that from a federal prosecutor's point of view, keeping mandatory minimums for the most serious offenders still makes sense, but using them very sparingly for less serious offenders also makes sense. That's part of what Smart on Crime is about.
Chief, do you want to pick up on that?
Well, just very briefly, if you view the criminal justice system as a response to a sickness in America, if you view it through the medical aspect, then you have to look at sentencing as a dosage. And I think that we are now experiencing a time in the United States where crime is at a level where we require a different dosage. And we have to recognize that all crimes do not carry the same weight. And some crimes involve addiction and mental illness and have other pathways that can be more effective than incarceration. And in states across the nation, some of our prisons and jails are schools for criminality. And to put young people, and it's mainly young people, into those schools for criminality based on minor offenses doesn't make any sense. So I think we need to stop wasting money and start investing money. And when I talk about investing money, I'm remiss, I should say that I'm privileged to speak for so many chiefs, so many great chiefs in the audience here, over 50 of them. And we all believe in the same thing, that we need to invest in our future, not continue to use money to lock the future of the United States up. We need to invest in that so that we can move to a place where many of these offenses are looked upon as the illnesses that they are.
Your state has been sort of a laboratory in this regard. You're now in the 5th year of a court order to reduce prison populations. Last year, California passed Prop 47, which reduced a lot of felonies to misdemeanors. How's that played out? What lessons are there for the rest of the states in your experience?
So I think there's some really, really good lessons to be learned, and California often leads the way, and sometimes we get things absolutely right, and sometimes things need adjustment. And I think it's important to recognize that what California did in 47 is take several hundred felonies, largely drug-related, and move them to misdemeanors. And a couple of things probably should have been included in that. We also took away progressive prosecution. So, in other words, you can be arrested and rearrested again for the same crime. And even though it's a misdemeanor at this point, there's no enhanced sentencing or enhanced ability to get folks into treatment. And then the other piece is there needs to be a stronger lever for the courts to encourage folks to go into treatment. You're realizing that we're dealing largely with addicts here, and they don't have self-determination enough to do it. So there needs to be a way to help do that. And then thirdly, and most importantly, there needs to be adequate programs for people to be diverted into. And, it does no good, in my estimation, to arrest for these offenses over and over and over again with no place for them to go but back onto the street to continue that cycle. And so, one of the things that I would love to see in this discussion is that we all acknowledge the fact that this is not a cost-saving measure. I don't believe that reducing incarceration should be looked at as a way to save money for a state or for the federal government. I think it should be looked at as a way to develop money to reinvest into the futures of young people, and then that will in turn eventually save money. But in the short term, you got to have another pathway.
In your first answer, Mr. President, you touched on what I think of as the two biggest myths about criminal justice reform. One of them, Chief Beck has just addressed, which is the idea that it's cheap, but that in the end you can save a lot of money by letting people out of prisons without reinvesting that money. The other is that you can significantly reduce the population of prisons by letting out low-level drug offenders. It's true at the federal level, nearly half of the people who are incarcerated are there for drug crimes, but at the state level, it's where most people are incarcerated, it's more like 17%. Are Americans willing to consider rolling back the sentencing for people who are violent criminals?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to look at the evidence, and you know, there's some conflicting data, but here's what we know, that we increased our prison population fourfold from 1980. And the best social science seems to indicate that initially, locking up folks who were violent for more certain longer stretches reduced violence on the streets, but that there was a diminishing return at a certain point, and it kind of flattened out. But we just kept on locking folks up without, at that point, it being the main driver of violent crime reductions. And we have seen incredible, historic reductions in crime over the last 20 years. I know that there's been some talk in the press about spikes that are happening this year relative to last year, and I've asked my team to look very carefully at it. Attorney General Lynch has pulled together a task force, and it does look like there are a handful of cities where we're seeing higher than normal spikes. Across the 93 or 95 top cities, it's very hard to distinguish anything statistically meaningful. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't take seriously what's happening in those cities, but the bottom line is that I think there's a strong consensus in the United States of America that you shouldn't be hit over the head when you're walking down the street, that you don't want somebody breaking into your house and threatening your family, that somebody who commits violence, we don't have a lot of tolerance for. I would distinguish between those situations and whether or not giving somebody who's 25 years old a 40-year sentence versus a 15-year sentence is the smart thing to do, particularly because we know that young people do stupid stuff, and as they get older, they get a little less stupid. I speak from experience. That at least was my my experience, and now I'm watching my teenage girls, and they're a lot smarter than me, but there's still some gaps in judgment. Here's the bottom line. I think it's smart for us to start the debate around nonviolent drug offenders. You are right that that's not going to suddenly halve our incarceration rate, but if we get that, if we do that right, and we are reinvesting in treatment, and we are reinvesting resources in police departments having more guys and gals on the street who are engaging in community policing, and that's improving community relations, then that becomes the foundation upon which the public has confidence in potentially taking a future step and looking at sentencing changes down the road. So I don't think there's anything wrong with us saying, you know what, violent crime we want to keep down. We are going to be a little more hesitant initially in how we think about sentencing on violent crime than we are nonviolent crime. If we can reduce the prison population by 5% in an initial stretch, and by the way, that's not a goal I'm setting. I'm just that was off the top of my head. But 5%, when you got 2 million prisoners, that's a lot of people, and that's a lot of resources that could be going into other areas. So I think that this is a staged process. We will lose the public if we try to do everything at once without having data and evidence, and suddenly you see big spikes in crime again, and then suddenly we're back into the politics of lock them up. If, on the other hand, we do it systematically, methodically, we see what works, we see what doesn't. The Chief's point and John's point about reinvesting, I think, is absolutely critical. If we do those things well, and we can duplicate what happened last year, which was the first time in 40 years that both the prison population and the crime rate went down at the same time. If we start seeing the same kinds of patterns as we're seeing in some of these other states, and the experience we're seeing in the U.S. Attorney's Office, where we're not telling prosecutors, you're going to be promoted based on how many maximum sentence you get, but rather based on how wise your use of prosecutorial discretion. If all those things prove that we're still doing a good job controlling crime, then I think we've got something to build on.
One other drug question. John, you work in a state that was one of the first two to legalize recreational use of marijuana. Should Congress take marijuana off the Schedule I list of illegal drugs?
So I've learned that I always get a marijuana question.
Sorry to be so predictable.
I want to reiterate something that I think that the President and the administration has made clear is that the administration is not in favor of the legalization of marijuana. And the decision to move marijuana from Schedule I to a different schedule is really, there's a process behind that. It has to do with the medically accepted uses for the drug. I will make this comment about the situation in Colorado. One of the things that's been a tremendous positive development in Colorado is that the state regulatory system has become clearer so that local law enforcement has a good sense of where its lines are and what enforcement action it can take. And that's made our ability to partner with local law enforcement in federal enforcement of marijuana very much clearer. So we see an evolving situation where I think, again, as in so many things, the key is a federal, state law enforcement cooperative effort to make sure the system works.
I'd like to ask both Chief Beck and John Walsh, are there things that the leader of the free world could be doing on his own without the permission of Congress over the next year and change of his administration that would make this problem better, less of a problem?
Let me just amend that question by saying I've got some outstanding members of Congress here, and I want to work with them to get stuff done. So I just wanted to... I get enough trouble with Congress with that bill trying to...
That's why I asked the other
trying
guys.
to stir things up.
You know, first I have to say that I'm amazed by the depths of the President's understanding of this issue. I mean, the first answer that you gave covered so many of the points that John and I have talked about in private, and it's obvious that you understand the way that the chiefs in this room and the prosecutors in this room feel about this issue. So that's a huge start, in my opinion. But I think that one of the things that we need to look at is remember that this system is made up of three parts, this criminal justice system. You know, it's the federal level, which we're talking about directly here, but most folks are affected by state level prosecution, state level incarceration, or even on the local level. And so when we talk about having treatment available, when we talk about diversionary systems that we can use to get less people in the jail system, it needs to apply to all three. It can't just be for the use for the federal system. It has to go down to the state system, because many of the states and all the municipalities now struggle economically, and putting money into community-based organizations or to some of the things that the states and the counties run is very difficult. And so if we could get some federal help with systems that are off-ramps for people that are addicted, and off-ramps for people that are arrested for low-level crimes, because the arrests aren't stopping. I mean, the chiefs in here represent tens and thousands of low-level drug offense arrests, my organization included. But we got to have somewhere for them to go, and it can't just be, 48 hours in the local lockup and then right back on the street corner where they came from. It just can't be that.
John, you got any requests of the President?
The one thing that I would really emphasize, so much of law enforcement really depends on local law enforcement, and our partners in police departments and sheriff's offices all over the country. On the federal side, we value tremendously. We can't get our federal work done without the partnership between federal law enforcement and state law enforcement. One area where over the years we've seen a decrease in federal assistance to state and local law enforcement is in the COPS area, the community policing grants. We have fewer officers on the street with federal money than we used to have, and that's an area that I think would go a long way to enabling the police departments and sheriff's offices to engage in that community-oriented policing that really will help prevent crime, so that we're not confronted with the situation of trying to decide how much of a sentence to give a violent offender, because maybe we've prevented some young person from going down that road in the first place.
And just not to ignore the opportunity, you know, I have to say that the kinds of programs that I know the President wants, I know the police chiefs out here want, the kind of programs that have maximum community interaction, where people know the officer on the street, where officers are not there just to enforce the law, but they're there to build community. Those are the most resource-intensive programs that we have. And you know, I know the President's familiar with a couple of programs we have in Los Angeles, and I thank him for bringing the Tingarides family out here for his State of the Union speech. But those kind of things are exactly the kind of programs that we could expand on with little help.
And,
Yes,
and
John.
Bill, there's one other thing that I think is very important. You know, kind of an amazing number that I only relatively recently became aware of is that we release every year from state and federal prisons 600,000 people. So that's 600,000 prisoners coming back into society every year. Do we have 600,000 people's worth of reentry programs? I don't think so. We have a lot of work to do in that. State and local efforts are great. Many of the U.S. attorneys who are present here in this room have been working on developing great reentry programs all over the country. But that's another area where taking some of these savings and putting it into that kind of programming is going to reduce the reoffending rate and really make a big difference.
Let's take a little time to talk about the need to repair the mistrust between police forces and the communities that they serve and protect. I've noticed we solicited questions and thoughts from our readers through social media, and one thing that recurred was a fairly high level of cynicism about the promises that we're all going to do better at policing, that we've taken the Black Lives Matter movement to heart. People say the people who are now prescribing a return to community policing are the same people who gave us stop and frisk and broken windows and these other strategies that, as they were applied in practice, tended to result in over-aggressive policing. And I guess the kind of cynical question from the masses would be, why should we trust you to get it right this time?
You know, I'm actually going to, Chief, I'm going to interject before you
Thank you, sir.
Before you have to answer this, because no. Well, and the reason I say this is because it goes to something I said earlier, and that is when you look at, for example, racial bias in the criminal justice system, the criminal justice system and our law enforcement systems are reflections of us. And so if we as a society are willing to tolerate very poor neighborhoods with no opportunity, a lot of violence, a lot of substandard education, and then we're surprised that the police, in interacting with a community that hasn't been cared for, is going to have tougher interactions, then we're passing the buck. Now, I take very seriously, as I said before, the need for fairness in our criminal justice system. And Bill, we did a little interview before I came out here, and Bill asked what had been your experiences, and I fessed up. You know, I have, as a young man, there have been times where I was driving and I got stopped and I didn't know why. But I want to make sure that when we approach this issue, we recognize that it's not all on the police and everybody else can just sit back and opine. The community and the society and the city and the state and the nation have to be partners with the police so that we're not giving them impossible jobs, because they have the right to come home to their families. I will say this, that where I've seen really smart community policing that rebuilds trust, there is a commitment not only to train police more effectively and make sure that there's accountability if there's misconduct, and that there's data being collected around who is being targeted, and there are independent investigations when excessive force may have been used. But there's also a commitment typically to the kinds of treatment programs, the kinds of partnerships with the schools, with businesses getting involved, opportunities being provided to young people, and as a consequence, everybody's taking responsibility for this, and the police become part of a team to eliminate bias in a system. The problem of racial justice or injustice in the society has been a running theme in this country's history for a very long time, and so we just have to make sure that all of us own it. Now, with that, I do want all the chiefs to look at the task force recommendations we put forward post-Ferguson, because there are specific things that police departments and police offices can do to rebuild trust, and I don't want to let them off the hook, because there are some real problems in certain jurisdictions that we've seen, and I don't think the chief or any of the chiefs here would deny that.
No, we certainly wouldn't, and I think it's important to recognize that the chiefs that are in this room, many of whom, or if not all of whom I know, have been talking about community trust for a decade. You know, I've been the chief for a mere 6 years, but when I came into the organization's Major City Chiefs, IACP, this was a common theme of our discussion. You know, this is not a new topic to us. You know, the president's exactly right. You know, we are a reflection of a much larger issue in America. You know, there is racial disparity in housing, in employment, in the entire economic system. It is not just in incarceration and in policing. And we have to look at these things in the totality and address them as a nation. You know, and we will do our part. And, you know, I thank the president for the task force. I was lucky enough to be a part of it. You know, I think that there's some very solid recommendations that we all take to heart are being made. We know we can do better, but we have to recognize that we have a country where things are not always equal, and we can fix that. We can work on that, but we all got to work on it. It's not just the cops. It's everybody. And Mr. President, I've been stopped several times too. I always knew why.
There are a number of times where I knew why also. I don't want to suggest that every stop was uncalled for. There were times where I checked my odometer and I just took that ticket.
Mr. President, you referred to this earlier as a moment, an opportunity, and it's clearly true that people are paying more attention to it. We now have bipartisan, sort of cross-ideological arguments in favor of reforming the system. How durable is that moment? Do you worry at all that we might find ourselves a year down the road, there's a spike in crime, there's a Willie Horton-style horror story, or people just don't want to spend the money that it would take to fix the system, and we declare that what passed the Senate Judiciary Committee today was victory, mission accomplished, and we move on to something else?
I think those are all real dangers. And we have to guard against those dangers, which is why I said that rather than think that we're going to all solve this overnight, and then when it doesn't get all solved overnight, we're disappointed. I'm much more interested in a sustained, steady process where we're bringing people together, we're listening to everybody, and we're trying to maybe start with some low-hanging fruit, and then we get deeper into it, and we figure out more of what works and what doesn't. We're balancing that against the public's primary interest, which is making sure that they're safe. And by the way, that's in poor communities and black communities as much as anybody. I mean, historically, when you look at it, one of the ironies here is that when you look at racial bias in the law enforcement and criminal justice system, historically it was under-policing in African American communities. The attitude was, let them, do whatever they want as long as they're not coming into our neighborhoods. And, there are hard-working, wonderful families and kids who they want to be safe. They want to be in partnership with the police. They just want to make sure that a police officer is properly trained so that just because a kid has a hoodie, they have, partly because they know the community, they don't automatically assume, well, that must be somebody I should arrest or frisk. And I can distinguish between kids the same way in their own neighborhood they can distinguish between kids who are really causing trouble and kids who are just being kids. So I think the moment is here, but we've got to build on it and we've got to be systematic about it. A couple things that haven't been said that I want to emphasize. Collecting data, I think, is something that's going to be very important in guiding us forward. And John was talking about federal, state, local cooperation. We don't really do a good job right now in collecting national data on a real-time basis. But we now have the tools and the technology to do it better. And the better our data, the better we can target where's real crime going on, where are we seeing maybe some problems in police-community interactions that we can catch ahead of time. It's transparent, so the community then has trust because they're seeing, all right, here's what's been happening. And so we're initiating both internally at the federal level, but also reaching out to departments to figure out how do we get a national database that's more effective. That's point number one. Point number two, we've got the outstanding chief of Camden, who I had a chance to visit. A great example of community policing and data driving down crime and regaining trust from the community. I mean, the chief here has got a sort of a war room that has cameras on some of the hot spots around the city, but it's not considered Big Brother because they've set up software where the community can direct the cameras so that they don't feel like they're being spied on from the outside, but rather it's a tool for the community to monitor what's happening. They're then sending that in, and the chief has retrained his entire department. First thing they did when they brought in new recruits, they just put them in the neighborhoods where they're going to be serving, and they had to walk basically for 24 hours, right? And if they needed to go to the restroom, they needed to get to know some people. And so they started meeting local businesses, creative work, like, for example, where they know there were hot spots and some gang shootings related to drugs. Chief takes some forfeiture money, I think it was, and this was one of my favorite stories because it's smart. It shows us thinking. Purchases 2 ice cream trucks. Has police officers drive the ice cream trucks, park them where the drug dealing's been going on, giving out free ice cream from the police. Suddenly families are out on the streets, and now it's creating a space in which, it's a lot harder for you to just be dealing drugs. And the chief talks about sometimes we know who the drug dealers are. Instead of arresting them where they're just going to be released, we're just going to have an officer stand right next to them. And and talking to them and asking them, why are you doing this? And so the point is that the use of technology, the use of data, combined with smart community policing, really can have an impact, really can make a difference. But my hope coming out of all these efforts, including the legislation, is that we put an emphasis on what works. And we're not blinded by ideology, and we're not blinded by fear. When all this talk that's getting hyped about this huge spike in violent crime, this is where you have to step back and say, all right, let's understand statistics. 2014 was a historic low in violent crime. So if there's a spike in some cities, that's something we have to take seriously and pay attention to, but that doesn't automatically suddenly translate into this notion that a crime wave's coming, because it's still lower this year than it was for every year between 1995 and 2013. It's just, it may be that last year was the anomaly. And that's an example of us having to make sure that we're not being driven by fear or bias in how we approach this problem, but we're looking at facts and trying to figure out what works and what doesn't.
Our timekeeper, Carly, has just held up a sign that says stop. Actually, she held it up about 2/3 of the way through your last answer, but I figured
it's okay.
I didn't want to put her job at risk.
This is my house. Shutting you off. I can go over time generally. But maybe we can hear from Chief and John, maybe some closing thoughts.
I just think this is a tremendous opportunity for law enforcement and the justice system in America. Out of crisis comes opportunity, and right now we do have a crisis of confidence, and it's a tremendous opportunity for us to do better at putting out our message, about making sure that that people are treated fairly, and then making sure that we're effective law enforcement. And this will be looked at in history as a door that was open, and hopefully we will walk through it together.
I just want to echo a comment that the chief made a moment ago, which is I'm just amazed by the command of this area that the president has got, among the million other things that he does. I would say, to go back to your first question, Bill, what is success? In the end, we have an opportunity. This is a moment in time, and I think we're taking advantage of it collectively to both reduce the rates of incarceration and make our communities safer by taking the savings and investing it in prevention, in effective community-oriented enforcement, and in reentry programs. I think we can do that. And with the leadership of the President, the Attorney General, and all the people here, both in Congress and in local and in federal law enforcement, we're well down that road.
And because it's my house, I'm going to take one last. I want to drive home one point, and that is the relationship between race and the criminal justice system, because this is where sometimes politics intrudes. Black Lives Matter is a social media movement that had tried to gel around Ferguson and the Eric Gardner case and some other cases that came up. And very rapidly, it was posited as being in opposition to the police. And sometimes, like any of these loose organizations, some people pop off and say dumb things. But and on the other hand, though, it started being lifted up as these folks are opposed to police and they're opposed to cops, and all lives matter. So the notion was somehow saying Black Lives Matter was reverse racism, or suggesting that other people's lives didn't matter, or police officers' lives didn't matter. And whenever we get bogged down in that kind of discussion, we know where that goes. I mean, that's just down the old track. So let me just suggest this. I think everybody understands all lives matter. Everybody wants strong, effective law enforcement. Everybody wants their kids to be safe when they're walking to school. Nobody wants to see police officers who are doing their job fairly hurt. Everybody understands it's a dangerous job. When I think the reason that the organizers used the phrase Black Lives Matters was not because they said they were suggesting nobody else's lives matter. Rather, what they were suggesting was there is a specific problem that is happening in the African American community that's not happening in other communities. And that is a legitimate issue that we've got to address. You know, I forget which French writer said, you know, there was a law that was passed that really was equal because both rich and poor were forbidden from stealing loaves of bread and sleeping under the bridge. Well, so here's that's not a good definition of equality. The situation, there is a specific concern as to whether African Americans are sometimes not treated in particular jurisdictions fairly or subject to excessive force more frequently. I think it's important for those who are concerned about that to back it up with data, not anecdote, to not paint with a broad brush, to understand the overwhelming majority of law enforcement is doing the right thing and wants to do the right thing, to recognize that police officers have a really tough job and we're sending them into really tough neighborhoods that sometimes are really dangerous, and they've got to make split-second decisions. And so we shouldn't be too sanctimonious about situations that sometimes can be ambiguous. But having said all that, we as a society, particularly given our history, have to take this seriously. And one of the ways of avoiding the politics of this and losing the moment is everybody just stepping back for a second and understanding that the African American community is not just making this up. And it's not just something being politicized. It's real, and there's a history behind it, and we have to take it seriously. And it's incumbent then on the activists to also take seriously the tough job that police have. And that's one of the things that the post-Ferguson task force did. We had activists from, who were marching in Ferguson with police chiefs and law enforcement sitting down and figuring this stuff out, and just assuming good faith in other people, going to the issue of people being cynical, I think is important. I've rarely gotten much accomplished assuming the worst in other people. Usually it works better if I assume the best. So I just wanted to make that point. All right.
Thank you. I guess I'm here as the representative of the cynical profession.
Yeah, you are, absolutely.
But I would just like to say there are a few issues I feel less cynical about. I do worry, I share the worry you have that this evaporates because of short attention spans. And I guess it's on us in the news media, in part, to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Good. Well, thank you for hosting this. And thanks to everybody here in attendance and the chiefs for the good work you're doing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats until the president has left the room.
All right, folks, so that was presidential town hall talking about criminal justice. Thank you all for chatting in there. Well, let's get you caught up on some of the headlines that we've been following right now for you. Let me put that up there. Here we go. Oklahoma State crash. Just horrible situation that happened on Saturday during the homecoming parade. Car plows into a group of people. Here is the story on that. It is heart-wrenching, to say the least.
My visit with her lasted the better part of an hour, and during that entire interview, I was not satisfied at all that I was communicating with a competent individual.
That's Tony Coleman, the attorney for Adacia Chambers, the 25-year-old woman who was behind the wheel of a car that plowed into a crowd at the Oklahoma State University homecoming parade on Saturday. 4 people were killed and dozens more injured. She's now being held on 4 counts of second-degree murder. Sunday, a makeshift memorial sprang up at the scene of so much carnage.
I never saw her brakes, ever. She never tried to stop.
Immediately after the crash, Chambers was arrested for driving under the influence. Now her attorney says he does not believe his client was inebriated at the time of the crash.
I know that without a doubt for someone to have been intoxicated to a point where their ability to operate a motor vehicle was impaired such that they could do what Ms. Chambers did on yesterday, at least the smell of alcohol would still be present some hours later.
Bolstering his claim that Chambers is mentally ill, her attorney says his client would sometimes go days without sleeping. Additionally, her boyfriend told him that Chambers is diabetic and was not being treated for the illness. Her attorney says Chambers may have simply blacked out before the deadly accident. He adds that she does not remember much of what happened and is currently suicidal. In New York, Jane Metzler, Fox News.
Our business was destroyed by the winds of the hurricane. It was a new construction about 2.5 months ago.
Cleanup efforts are well underway along Mexico's Pacific coast. That's after the major storm named Patricia brought heavy rains and wind gusts reaching 165 miles per hour. Mexican President Enrique Peña Nieto toured some impacted areas. He says the storm left behind flooding and damage to thousands of homes.
An evaluation has been done of the partially or completely affected homes. It's estimated that more than 3,000 homes were affected.
Despite that, the damage could have been much worse. Patricia was one of the strongest storms ever measured in the Pacific. Experts say it was broken up by the country's high mountains, which in the end limited its power.
The sea was more quiet. We expected more waves, but no, the dangerous thing was the wind.
Now skies are clear and major infrastructure is up and running across Mexico's west coast.
All the federal roads in the impacted zones, all are operated normally.
But some say that's not enough and are expressing a sense of frustration with what they say is a lack of government assistance in the storm's aftermath.
At this moment, we have nothing. There's no running water. Some of the electricity is cut off. The authorities haven't come.
President Obama has offered aid to Mexico if needed, saying disaster experts are on the ground and ready to help. Kelly Wright, Fox News.
Behind the cape and the mask is an 8-year-old that is a real-life superhero.
Everybody be safe.
Brazil Ward's short but powerful statement is why the community showed big support for Halloween Safe-tacular.
As you see, it's a great turnout so far.
I'm very, very thankful, first off. It's a surprising turnout. I didn't think it would be this busy.
The Ward family, joined by the Children's Hospital at UMC, spent the afternoon handing out trick-or-treating safety gear. Oh, and of course candy, to these kids who came in their favorite costume.
So we're giving out reflective bands, reflective bags, just any safety gear, helmets as well.
I'm very much happy that we have so many kids that are going to receive the safety material.
The road to recovery for Brazil is a lengthy journey. On that trip, the Ward family used Saturday's event so other parents and kids have the right Halloween knowledge they need to prevent a similar case from unfolding.
It takes a tremendous amount of strength to go through something like that.
So I prayed that if I was able to keep my baby girl, that I would serve her purpose. And she's here for a reason. Not sure what that reason is yet, but we will find out.
Eyeing each kid, Brazil picked out her favorite outfit in this costume contest. Her mom and dad looked on in joy, something they were not feeling 2 years ago. The driver that hit Brazil has never been caught. The family doesn't focus on that person. They have an 8-year-old who has her entire life ahead of her, and they say that's all they need each day.
If I go back to remembering how it was or how she was, it'd be just a sad memory because it's not how she is anymore.
All right, and now we are going to a story that is one of our top trending stories on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. Take a look at this story when you get a chance and maybe share it with your friends and family. It's a bizarre one, to say the least here. This is what happened. A Walking Dead fan, he binge watched the seasons all weekend long, and then his roommate comes into the house. He believes that his roommate is a zombie, and then attacks and beats him to death. How bizarre. Walking Dead fan tells police he killed friend before he could turn into a zombie. What is going on with the world, people? I want to hear the comments on this one. This is just crazy. It's on our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. Take a look at it. We're getting tons and tons of shares on it. Just ridiculous. This happened in New Mexico. Let me read you the story here. Just crazy. A New Mexico man who had been watching TV's The Walking Dead told authorities that he fatally beat his friend before he could become a zombie. Grant's police spokesman said Sunday that the 23-year-old was beaten and the guy that beat him is being held on a murder charge. Perry's attorney did not immediately return a call for comment. Officers were called Thursday afternoon to an apartment complex where Perry was allegedly wielding a knife. They found the roommate's body inside an apartment and maintenance workers detaining Perry. Authorities say Perry attributed his actions to binge watching The Walking Dead, which centers on a zombie apocalypse on Netflix. That's all. It's like one of those. It's like, wow, really? That is bizarre stuff. Sid said he's watching Walking Dead right now. Okay, be careful. That is just like bizarre. Could you imagine? The guy was probably on some sort of drugs or alcohol or just plain crazy watching The Walking Dead all week long, and then the roommate comes in and he's probably like, dude, you're a zombie. It was probably like that, and he just went up attacking. What do you think? Unreal stuff though, right? I feel horrible for that roommate. Unreal stuff. I want to get you caught up on another trendy topic here. Happening today is big red meat risks. A lot of people are talking about this story. We'll bring it to you right now.
Could we one day see cancer warnings on red meat the same way we do on cigarettes? That's a possibility depending on the findings of a major new study by the World Health Organization set to be released tomorrow. But our medical expert tells us, don't worry, you don't have to give up the burgers just yet. A burger and fries is about as American as it gets, and so is a good steak. Some health fanatics tout the paleo diet, a caveman-type regimen heavy on beef and fat. Now comes a new study from the World Health Organization that red meat may cause cancer.
Well, I'd say that this is not coming out of left field, that people who have been following the relationship between diet, specifically meat consumption, and colon cancer risk, that there's been a long bit of data about this.
Scientific evidence does not prove a cause and effect between red or processed meat and cancer, says Shalene McNeil of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. She says billions of dollars have been spent on studies all over the world, and no single food has ever been proven to cause or cure cancer. Dr. Swaminath says there are still many valid questions.
What we don't know so far is dose and duration. So it's not that all red meat is bad or that eating a hamburger is going to be causing colon cancer. It's how much intake and how much over time there's going to be. And we may all have to learn how to moderate our consumption based on the data that's going to be released tomorrow.
We took it to the streets and found that people like what they like for their own reasons.
I'm not a vegetarian, so I eat meat about once a week. If it's going to give me cancer, it's going to give me cancer. What can you do?
I eat healthy, and I'm actually trying to stay away from red meat.
I eat red meat only on occasion because I do know that it's not great for you, but I'm a foodie. I can't resist it.
I feel a lot better from not eating red meat. Eat a lot of vegetables, chicken, things like that. No red meat for me.
The American Cancer Society isn't commenting yet on this World Health Organization report, but they have recommended for quite some time that people limit their intake of red and processed meats. In the newsroom, I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News.
But while I will not be a candidate, I will not be silent.
Ending months of speculation about a possible White House run, Vice President Joe Biden addressed a hastily assembled press corps this afternoon from the Rose Garden, flanked by President Obama and his wife Jill. In his roughly 15-minute speech, Biden addressed his son Beau's death from brain cancer back in May and explained the grieving process the entire family had to endure was the primary reason he was unable to make a decision earlier.
That process, by the time we get through it, closes the window on mounting a realistic campaign for president, that it might close. I've concluded it has closed.
Those who would have been his opponents in a Democratic race were quick to praise Biden as a man of principle and character. Democratic Socialist Senator Bernie Sanders thanked Biden for being a friend to the middle class, while the frontrunner Hillary Clinton tweeted that Biden is, quote, a good man from whom she drew inspiration. Clinton stood to lose the most from a Biden run. While she currently leads most national polls, had the vice president gotten into the race, he would have likely drawn support away from Clinton.
Joe Biden has made these numerous swipes at Hillary Clinton in recent days. I think what this shows is this lack of embracement by Democrats and by her own colleagues.
Biden's announcement comes just one day before Clinton is to appear before the House Select Committee on Benghazi, a committee whose investigation has been nothing but a thorn in her campaign's side since she announced her candidacy. In Washington, Ed Henry, Fox News.
And here's just some of the shots from Donald Trump's rally in New Hampshire early this morning. We'll just hear a couple sound bites from him as he takes the podium.
Thank you very much. What a group. But Bush is now cutting salaries by 40 and 50%. He had one person that worked for him, got paid $1.3 million. I want that job. Everybody in this room wants that job. Think of it. And the person's like, didn't do a good job. He's losing, he's getting killed. And I say, if you can cut 40 to 50%, and they're all taking it, everybody's saying, we'll take it. Why didn't you do that 7 months ago? If they take it now, they're gonna take it then. So why didn't you do it 7 months ago? So he's meeting now with mom and dad. No, it's true. He needs counsel. And he was very angry over the week. He said, you know, if this is going to be this nasty, let them have Trump as their president. It's going to be nasty. Hey, Putin is a nastier guy than me. We were on 60 Minutes together. The highest ratings they've had in a long time. I have to tell. And the game before was terrible. It was a blowout, right? You know that. He was my stablemate. We got along great. We didn't talk, but that's okay. No, we were on 60 Minutes together. We can make deals. But if he doesn't like my tone, how's he going to do with Putin? How's he going to do with these killers in the Middle East that take our product? You talk about product. In this case, it's all military product. They take the best Humvees, the best weapons, the best rockets, the best rifles. One bullet gets shot in the air and they run. And they leave everything, so the enemy takes it. Carson is lower energy than Bush. I don't get it. I saw him being interviewed. He's lower energy than Bush. He's a nice guy. He's not going in. You know these Chinese negotiators, they come in there fierce. Fierce. Remember I said blood coming out of somebody's eyes? These people really have blood. I mean, they see you, they want your jobs, they want your money, they want your base, they want your country. I mean, they want everything. And we need the right people. You need somebody with the right temperament.
All right, and a little bit later, when Kinsey is up here in just a few short minutes here, we're going to hear more from Donald Trump. So be on the lookout for that. She is going to be playing a rally speech, so that is a little tease there as we continue on this Monday evening, coming up on 6:50. The game is now 14-10 Cardinals. They just retook the lead. It's just a minute left in the second quarter. So come on, Cards. Let's pull this one out, folks. Keep it going. Keep it going. So just be on the lookout for Donald Trump speech rally today. In just a few short minutes. That is a little tease there for you guys as we get going here. But wanted to show you the 10-day Foxcast one more time. As we get settled in here into the week, we could see Tuesday 88, Wednesday 86, Thursday 83, and then it really cools down. Friday 75 with chance of rain. Then Saturday, Halloween, 78 degrees. So it's shaping up to be a beauty of a week. Got a couple more stories I want to showcase to you guys before I head on out of here.
A new warning about breakfast favorites like ham and sausage. The World Health Organization says processed meats can lead to colon, stomach, and other cancers. And it says red meat is probably cancer-causing as well. Their researchers looked at more than 800 studies about meat and cancer. They say processed meat is carcinogenic to humans and put it in the same danger category as smoking or asbestos.
Stop smoking and eat less red meat. But the key here is that processed meat is the worst. We already knew this, but we didn't know that the processing of meat is what really puts the dangerous chemicals in.
Does this mean we have to give up hot dogs and hamburgers altogether? Well, the agency didn't have enough data to define exactly how much processed meat is too dangerous, but says the risk grows with the amount consumed. That's why some doctors say it might be best to eat such foods in moderation until scientists know more.
So it's not that all red meat is bad or that eating a hamburger is going to be causing colon cancer. It's how much intake and how much over time there's going to be.
Some people are now vowing to give up meat, while others say they gotta have it.
I eat meat about once a week. If it's going to give me cancer, it's going to give me cancer. What can you do?
Eat a lot of vegetables, chicken, things like that. No red meat for me.
The meat industry calls the new findings alarmist and argues cancer isn't caused by a specific food, but also involves lifestyle and environmental factors. In New York, Laura.
Hospitals treating the injured after a deadly 7.5 magnitude earthquake strikes in northeastern Afghanistan. Among those killed, several students who died in a stampede as they tried to make it outside. The quake powerful enough to damage buildings in Kabul, and deaths and damage also reported in neighboring Pakistan.
The jolts were strong, the whole building was shaking, the window glass shook.
The effects also felt as far away as India, this 500-year-old fort damaged by the quake. Folks in New Delhi seeking safety outside after rushing out of shaking buildings.
I initially thought that I was feeling dizzy, but when I saw the water bottle that was on my desk shaking, I realized it was an earthquake.
The Obama administration offering its condolences.
The U.S. government has been in touch with the governments in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and we stand ready to provide any additional support that may be needed.
The quake's epicenter located some 130 miles below the surface. The Pakistani official says that depth helped prevent further destruction. The country's information minister says Pakistan will not be asking for any assistance from the international community. To put this into perspective, we covered an earthquake in Pakistan 10 years ago, not far from today's quake, about the same magnitude. It originated, however, just 16 miles below the surface. The result? Some 86,000 dead. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
All right, folks. Well, it's about that time where I'm going to sign off, but pass the baton over to Kinsey. So I will, we're going to leave this shot up of beautiful, beautiful Times Square in New York City. And I will see you all tomorrow at 11 a.m. We'll be right back, everybody.
Hi, all. Kinsey here. I'm just getting my computer up and running, and I will see you in 2 seconds. Hi all, welcome to Kinsey's edition of Fox 10 News Now. We are the 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. show. Let's see if I can bring you. I tried to give you a video, a quick recap of our top stories here at Fox 10 News Now, or at Fox 10 Phoenix earlier, but the video wasn't working. So let's see if we have a better video, an updated video for you. Oh, this looks like it is what we're looking for.
Hi, I'm Carrie Lake with a look at your Fox 10 Facebook News update. A 13-year-old boy in Tonopah recovering after deputies say he shot himself with a homemade shotgun. The teen told deputies that he learned how to make the gun on the internet. He was airlifted to Phoenix Children's Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Family and friends gathering at Tempe Town Lake to remember a Phoenix woman and her 3 children. Police say that Danica Baxter and her children drowned earlier this month when Glenn Baxter deliberately drove the family into the lake. Arizona lawmakers back at the Capitol for a school funding briefing. There's a tentative agreement to settle a long-running school funding lawsuit. A special legislative session appears to be likely later in the week. The World Health Organization saying that processed meats like ham and sausage can lead to colon and other cancers. And they add that red meat is probably cancer-causing as well. Researchers are classifying processed meat as carcinogenic to humans. It's in the same category now as cigarettes. Some big honors for the 13th floor haunted house in Phoenix. It was chosen by BuzzFeed as one of the top haunted houses in the entire country. And here's a look at your 10-day forecast. A chance of rain later in the week and then a big cool down. We'll have temperatures in the 70s by the end of the weekend. Join us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and send us your news and weather videos and photos using the hashtag Fox10Phoenix. Have a great day.
Well, that weather looks amazing. I'm so excited that it's going to be so cool outside, and that means I get to wear jackets and boots and long pants, and that is exciting. The first story I'm going to bring you, you have probably heard me talk about it today, but it's that good. Well, this is that good. This story I'm going to show you from Troy. Give me a second to pull it up.
I just got the
Hmm.
I think it's gonna be good stuff, dude. I gotta look up 1930s music. I gotta get all of our. Look at these old photos that I picked up. They're not all of what we want.
You know what's what you can rely on in regard to the 7 p.m. show? That I'm slow. So this is Troy Hayden's story on cryotherapy. So you get a kind of an understanding of what exactly it is.
Help yourself heal. Well, now a new kind of therapy that uses extreme cold is getting credit for helping people with everything from muscle aches to depression. It's called cryotherapy. There's a clinic in Scottsdale that specializes in it, and recently I went to go check it out.
She has 33 seconds now, and she's at negative 222 degrees below zero.
You heard that right. This Scottsdale woman is in a container pumped full of super cold nitrogen gas, basically in the process of being frozen solid.
Great.
And she's into it.
Do people think you're crazy to jump into a tank where it's minus 200 degrees or whatever it is?
I mean, I definitely think people would say you're crazy to do that, but once they do it, they're hooked.
Hooked on cryotherapy. What is it? For 3 minutes, you're put in a high-tech refrigerator. Your skin is subjected to super cold temperatures.
Here, take a deep breath, go under.
Therapists say it triggers a response in your body, causing the blood to pull back away from your skin and flow to your vital organs. It's a survival reflex to the cold. And then when you come out, the blood rushes back to your skin. Angelo Alvarez opened up Scottsdale Cryotherapy 4 years ago.
It's great for skin disorders. It's great for pain management. It's great for just anti-aging. It's great for detoxification. For the skin as well. The constant freezing of the skin activates the production of collagen.
And it's gaining in popularity. Why are so many people doing this?
I just wanted to give it a try for just some of the
overall health benefits and detoxing, added energy. And those are some of the things that I've noticed since I started.
I'm fortunate that I'm not coming here with pain like I've seen some other people. For me, it's like superhuman performance. I'm trying to be the best I can be.
Photos on the wall here of all the pro athletes who have been inside this same chamber. Many say they use it to speed muscle recovery.
It is probably an overpriced, expensive treatment.
But not everybody is a believer. Stephen Propatier is an orthopedic nurse practitioner. He says he's done a lot of research on cryotherapy. You know, what do you think when you hear somebody say, oh, it's good for depression, or cosmetically it's good for your skin and things like that?
Although you certainly can make those claims, I wouldn't say there's any evidence that this treatment does that for anybody.
All right, I think I have to try this for myself. So I strip down, put on some mittens, and in I go.
How cold am I?
You're at negative 193 right now.
Negative 193.
With a lot of time left, yes. Look up, take a nice deep breath through your nose, hold your breath, squat all the way down, keep your eyes open. Negative 262 is pretty cold in there.
Negative 262.
Right over here.
Negative 262.
260.
Wow.
Negative 266. You're doing great.
I'm starting to get a little discomfort around my ankles.
Good. Negative discomfort level from 1 to 10. Where are you?
4.
Okay, perfect. Let me know when you get to a 6. Quarter turn to the right. Almost finished. Negative 279.
And that's where I stop. Now I'll talk about the effects in just a second.
I've done thousands of people here in the last 4 years, so it works for some and some it doesn't work for. But also the mindset is very important. I have a big clientele that there's nothing wrong with them, but they understand what it does, and they're here just for prevention and anti-aging.
So a single session of Scottsdale Cryotherapy is listed at $75 on the website. I have to tell you, when I got out, it was kind of the feeling of when you're in a really hot tub and that really relaxing feeling of your body.
With all the vessels open and
I don't know how to explain it. My body was just super relaxed. Now I only had one treatment, and everybody I talked to, the patients say you need several treatments to really feel the effects. But that's what I got.
But athletes are high-end athletes are swearing by this.
Well, they think it helps them with their muscle recovery. You know, I mean, you see pitchers all the time. You know, major league pitchers, they also have the big ice pack. So think about that. You're packing yourself in something that's minus 200 degrees for a very short period of time.
But
you don't have it on there.
You said that it doesn't feel like plunging into ice cold water. It's a different kind of cold.
It was, because I don't know what the difference is, but it was easy to get in. But the longer I was in there, it got cold. Minus 270, whatever it was.
Well, you made it. You made it.
I'm here.
And the golf game's never been better.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it low, right,
There
John?
you go. Go low.
All right, so with that explanation in mind, also superhuman, that guy really, with that explanation in mind of what that is, that makes this story even more horrific. A Nevada woman froze to death in one of those machines, and let me tell you about it. This is currently trending on FOX10 News Now. A 24-year-old Nevada woman has died reportedly after freezing to death in a cryotherapy chamber. A local news station in Las Vegas reported that Chelsea Ake of Henderson was trapped in the chamber for at least 10 hours at Rejuvence, a local clinic that offers cryotherapy, which involves stepping into a cryo sauna or cryo chamber. No, I wouldn't do this. Troy Hayden is much braver than I am. It's, again, dry air that dips below minus 240 degrees Fahrenheit. The therapy has been used to reduce inflammation, slow signs of aging, and help heal sports injuries, but effects are seen after only 2 minutes. News3LV.com reported that Ake, a Hawaii native, was the manager at Rejuvence. Her co-workers found her frozen inside the machine last week. I do know that she was alone closing the shop up and then did go into the machine and apparently did not turn it off, her friend Shaylin B told the news station. According to a local police report, Ake used the machine without assistance and likely suffocated. Investigators said the death was due to an operator error. It's very frustrating to know because you know there are no hidden cameras in there, B told News3LV.com. Basically, the only person that does know what happened is Chelsea. Owners of Rejuvence had no comment on Ake's death, but said they are saddened by the loss of their friend. I just want everybody to know she was awesome and she loved everybody, B told 3newslv.com. Her legacy will definitely move on through us. I cannot imagine No, I'm not, John Doe, and that's a rude question. I'm fine. I'm thrilled to be here. Trapped, oh my God, says Bina. 10 hours, says Jonathan. Ugh, I know, I can't imagine. Jonathan, that's a good point. It's a very good point, Jonathan. Okay, so that story's crazy, right? But that you can see by my list that the stories get even crazier on Kinsey's watch. This one is actually not as crazy as it is sad. Let me show this to you. A 14-year-old boy was shot when some home invaders invaded his house. This isn't like he was the home invader, which some people were assuming when they saw the headline originally. He wasn't the home invader. It was his home that he was in when these kids, well, I'm assuming they're kids because they were driving a Volkswagen Bug. Although I too drive a Bug. This 14-year-old boy was shot inside his own home when some people broke into his house. So let's take a look at this story. This is out of Florida.
Look at the top left of your screen. You can just barely make out a getaway car pulling up to pick up one of the gunmen who'd just shot a teen during a burglary. It's the best clue deputies have to track down the violent men they say shot 14-year-old Markel Cobb early Friday. Family members have been posting about their concern for the teen on Facebook. In one post, a cousin writes, "Words cannot explain how I'm feeling right now. My prayers go out to my cuz right now." In another post, a woman who says she's Markel's aunt gives an update on his condition. She writes, "My nephew is a soldier. He is recovering and resting. Thanks for the prayers."
Because we've got to get them off the street so that they don't strike again.
Investigators say the violent armed burglars appear to have randomly burst into this Riverview home. Markel was home alone inside, heard a noise, and came out of his room. The gunman started shooting, hitting Cobb 4 times, one bullet even grazing his head.
It's amazing that he was struck 4 times and he has non-life-threatening injuries and he is stable at the hospital. That is a blessing, and because this could have ended very differently.
Investigators say witnesses spotted the men leaving in a light green Volkswagen Beetle.
It has me questioned whether this is a safe neighborhood.
Neighbors fear for their safety while the gunmen are still out there.
Oh, it's very concerning. Like I said, it's a quiet neighborhood. We never thought anything would happen like that around here, so very concerning.
And Billy makes the comment that they don't acknowledge the suspects, or they don't break down who the suspects are, but I don't believe they know who the suspects are. That's why we get a look at the car a couple of times, because I'm assuming they're trying to locate the people via the car. I'm tired of talking about this Donald Trump story. Let's skip it for right now and we'll go back to it. Okay? Actually, I have the actual quote that it has so many people worked up, but it's in a longer Donald Trump package, so I'm going to skip it for right now and I'll go back to it at the end. All I can tell you is Donald Trump says what he said there wasn't anything wrong with it, and he would apologize if he thought he'd done anything wrong, but he doesn't think he did anything wrong, and he was simply saying he does not know about Ben Carson's religion. But I have the entire quote for you coming up. I'll play it at the end of my top 5 stories. Next we go to Walking Dead fan kills friend before he could turn into a zombie. I know you went over this with Mike too. This is from FOX10 Phoenix and the AP. A New Mexico man who'd been watching TV's The Walking Dead told authorities he fatally beat his friend before he could become a zombie. Grants police spokesman Moses Marquez said Sunday that 23-year-old Christopher Paquin was beaten and that 23-year-old Damon Perry is being held on a murder charge. Perry's attorney, Michael E. Callaghan, did not immediately return a call for comment. Officials were called Thursday afternoon to an apartment complex where Perry was allegedly wielding a knife. They found Paquin's body inside an apartment and maintenance workers detaining Perry. Perry told investigators they had been drinking when Paquin began to change into a zombie and tried to bite him. Police say Perry beat Paquin with his hands, feet, an electric guitar, and a microwave. Authorities say Perry attributed his actions to binge watching The Walking Dead, which centers on a zombie apocalypse. Now, they were watching it on Netflix. Some people are saying in the chat room that it's an AMC show, which I totally am aware of. But according to Perry, they were binge watching it via Netflix. And I don't know how you beat somebody to death with a microwave, but this has to be one of the most ridiculous stories to ever exist. And when I was talking to Mike about it, I said, was there alcohol or drugs involved? And I believe, allegedly, Michael said that there was alcohol involved. I can't imagine why you would do that if there wasn't. I mean, what? That was an intentional stutter, by the way. And this was a cool story I found today on Mashable. And again, this is kind of graphic, so if you're not into that thing. These pictures are via Instagram of a makeup artist who imagines how Disney princesses died. Ariel from The Little Mermaid, cause of death, vocal cords ripped out by Ursula. And she did that makeup, amazing makeup there. I mean, the neck's a little over the top, but, I get it. Belle, cause of death, mauled by the beast's claws. I still, though, the makeup is beautiful on this girl. She's stunning. Snow White, cause of death, chemical burn from the evil queen's poison apple. Cinderella, cause of death, impaled on her own glass slipper. Ouch. Elsa from Frozen, cause of death, skewered by an icicle. Frostbite on her fingers. Look at her purple fingers. I thought that was a neat story. And I followed her on Instagram after this because I thought, this girl knows what she's doing. And she has a twin sister that's blonde. That's also what I discovered on Instagram, too. A beautiful blonde twin sister. All right, back to these Trump comments. Oh, let's see. What I have that he said literally is that he just didn't know. Ben Carson is a Seventh-day Adventist, and he says, I don't know what that is. I have the actual speech here for you, so I'm going to show you that. But he got into a lot of trouble for this. This has been all over the place, and people are saying that they assume he did this to distract from the fact that Ben Carson is now leading in the polls in Iowa, and that Trump's having a hard time with it, and Trump says absolutely not, that that's not the case. So let's take a look at Trump talking in Florida, and you decide. You be the judge on whether or not he was being intentionally hateful, or if he was just saying he didn't know.
Incredible. You know, we love Jacksonville, and I'll tell you a little story. I had a boat, but it wasn't a pleasure boat because I'm always working like, I shouldn't, but I love it, right? But I had a casino boat built here. It did great. We sold it, made a lot of money, so I love Jacksonville. I love it. True. Great place, great people. We broke a record today. This is a record. And it's one hell of a beautiful place, isn't it? Isn't this nice? I just met a very rich guy, the owner of this big monster. Where the hell is he with his family? So amazing. They've treated me so good. Lenny Curry's been great. Everybody's been great. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. This is happening. This is happening all over. It's happening all over. No matter where I go, it's a message, and it's a movement. It's a movement. This is more than just like Donald Trump shows up, he speaks, he leaves. We're going to do something that's going to be so unbelievable. The whole world is talking about it. The whole world is talking about it. And we have to fight the media, constantly fighting the media. It's a constant battle. Because, you know, they don't want it to happen. They don't want to see it happening. No matter what it is. Last night at Trump National Doral, I love that place. I love it. But we had an incredible group of people. Same thing, such enthusiasm. They want to make America great again. It's simple. It's a very good and a very simple message. The American dream is back. We're going to bring it back bigger, better, stronger than ever before. And we're going to make America great again. Now, I have to tell you, I love the Blue Angels. I hear they're around someplace. I love the Blue Angels. I love the Blue Angels. I do. So, a lot of things have happened over the last few days, and I have been the brunt of more bad press. For what? You know why? So let me tell you why. You know I love polls. I love polls. I'm in love with polls. When I did The Apprentice, I had the #1. I mean, I was in love with ratings. And even now, I'm in love. And it's good for us because when I go on these television shows, so last week, Chris Wallace, I did his show. He had his highest ratings in 6.5 years. That's great. That's on Fox. And then Meet the Press had their highest ratings. They had almost 4 million people. And Stephanopoulos had his highest ratings. And Face the Nation. And you know what it does? It gives us all power. And the reason we're getting those ratings is because people want to hear the message. It's an amazing message. And you know what it is? It's basically saying we're going to go out, we're going to work, we're going to get rid of all of these horrible restrictions. We are going to get the country, we're going to make it dynamic. You've seen my tax plan. The tax plan cuts taxes. We are right now the highest taxed nation in the world. And by the way, education, we're 28th in education. We have by far the most per student, per capita. We spend more money per student than any other country in the world. In the world, we're number 28 for education. Think of it. Just think of it. We have third world nations that do better than us on education because Jeb Bush and other people, they want to see education coming out of Washington, D.C. instead of locally. They like Common Core, and we can't have Common Core. We can't have Common Core. But I put in a tax plan, and it's been really well received by a lot of people. And it brings corporate rates down to 15%. It's a big simplification. Some of my friends that own hedge funds are not exactly in love with me because I take away the carried interest, which is a little complicated, but it means not good for them. Who cares? They make it a lot of money. And remember, I'm self-funding my campaign. Very important. Very important. So when they come to me and they say, Donald, what are you doing? I say, I don't care. I got to do the right thing. The only people I'm going to be working for is right out here, all over the country. All over the country. And a big thing happened because a lot of PACs, you know what PACs are? It's a crooked business, a bad business. But they have now super PACs. These are super dupers. They call them super duper PACs. And they put up millions and millions of dollars in these PACs. And those PACs control the candidates. Okay? They totally control. Carson is controlled by his PAC. Bush is controlled by his PAC. Rubio is controlled by his PAC, and he needs a lot of water on top of everything else. Did you ever see a guy sweat like Rubio? I'd never seen anything like that. But they're controlled by their PACs. And what happened is many PACs were set up. Trump, one of them had the Art of the Deal PAC, another PAC. I turn on television, I see these guys, and you know what? They look okay. Who knows? But they say, oh, we love Trump, and we wanted this, and they want to raise money. I don't know what happens to that money once it's raised. I know too much about business to think positively. So I can just see one of these guys that doesn't have 10 cents, and all of a sudden he raises $2 million under a super PAC. Hey, I'd love it if it was spent to me, but I still don't want it. But I can imagine where the money goes. But worse are the super PACs that are set up for candidates where they go out and run campaigns like, if you look honestly, Carson in Iowa, being run by a super PACs. Bush all over. Bush now has got to cut back. Because think of this. Here's a guy wants to run our country, and he can't even run his own campaign. No, think of it. And you know what? He's cutting back big. He's cutting back 40%. And everybody's agreed to take a 40% cut. All of his people. I mean, I have like a few people. What do you need these people for? In fact, I'm very proud of something. I'm putting up, and I'll be putting up a lot of money. Don't worry, it's not cheap to do this. But so far, I put up less money than anybody else, and I'm number one. And other guys have spent, no, think of it.
When I'm designing someone's home, I always wanted to tell them.
I don't want to watch that, do you? I don't care what you do when you do. Oh, wait, no, I do. I love this commercial. I do. Do you watch, what is the show? It's, I'm spacing, but it's on HGTV and it's Adorbs. Hold on. Waco, they're from Waco, Texas. Hold on.
So I put up less money.
Fixer Upper on HGTV. It was that couple's commercial, and I do love them. FYI.
And I'm number one. Other people have spent 25, 30. I think they reported the other day, I put up $2 million, I think. That's a good deal, right? $2 million, you're number one. I could trade that to one of these other candidates that have spent many times that money, and they're at zero. Zero. You have a couple of them, zero with an arrow pointing less, which means less than zero, and I don't even know what that means. But if you think about it, because that's what we have to do for our country. I'm not doing that in a braggadocious way. I don't care. I'll put up as much money as I need. I'm not going anywhere. That I can tell you. That I can tell you. I'm going to stay. I'm meeting the most incredible people. People like you. I mean, I'm meeting the most incredible people. So what happens is I put up, and there was a big story. Hillary's like in for $32 million. Bush is in for a fortune. Rubio's running out of money. He's got no money. He's running out. He spent much more than me. He's running out of money and not doing well. All of these people are spending money. And what I'm saying is that wouldn't it be nice if we had a country that would spend the least and be number one? Think of it. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? You know, it's very funny. I told my campaign people, I have very good people, nice people, great people, but I said, I don't like to talk about how little I put up because it sounds bad. They said, no, actually it sounds good. It sounds good. But the truth is, and I have to say another thing. When you lease a plane, you have to pay it back. So a lot of the money that I spent, I lease it, I have to pay it back because the campaign has to lease. You have rules and regulations. So we go to the FEC and we say, what do you do here? Well, you have to take market value, blah, blah, blah. It's all a process. And you pay it back. So a lot of the money that I'm putting up, I'm paying, and then I'm paying myself back. Can you believe it? I might be into this sucker for nothing. They've never had anybody that owned a Boeing 757 before. It's a little bit of an unusual thing. They've never had it. And by the way, Boeing now is building in China a massive plant. So think of it. They're building a massive plant. because China just put in a big order of planes, and they said, you're going to build a massive plant, and we're, by the way, going to take all of your technology. That didn't bother me because they take it anyway. You know, they take it anyway, whether you give it to them or not. But China is demanding that Boeing and everybody else build massive plants. So there's no free trade, folks. There's no free trade. There's free trade for us. I call it stupid trade. And I'm a free trader. The problem with free trade is that you need really smart people representing you, because we are getting ripped off like you wouldn't believe. We're being ripped off like you wouldn't believe. So I'm going to finish a couple of things. Then we're going to talk about trade. We're going to talk about illegal immigration. We're going to talk about Obamacare. Think about Obamacare. Your premiums are up 45, 55%. Your deductibles, you have to die before you get any money, and then you're not going to get it. You can't get it. I know a friend, he said, I had 4 major operations. He still doesn't qualify. You can't get it. It's a disaster. The $5 billion website, think of it. Nobody talks about it anymore. You know, the problem is everybody forgets quickly. You know, the public, and for some reason, they talk about an attention span of a couple of weeks. I'm not going to let people forget. I'm not going to let people forget. Think about it. And the reason, in all fairness to everybody, the reason you forget is because we have so many other problems. We never win. We just don't win. We never win anymore. We're going to have so many victories. If I win, we're going to have so many victories. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to win against China. We're going to win against Japan. We're going to win against Mexico. And by the way, I love the Mexican people, but their leaders are ripping off our country. They are ripping off our country. We're going to win against Brazil and Vietnam. We're going to win. I can take anybody in this massive audience, and I can say, where do you originally come from? Your parents, your grandparents. And they'll give me a name, and I'll say, that country is ripping us off. Everybody is ripping us off. Every country is ripping us off. Every single country. So we're not going to let it happen anymore. We don't win on trade. We can't even beat ISIS. Think of it. We can't beat ISIS. So we are going to strengthen our military. General Ordiano. Nobody's going to mess with us. Nobody. Nobody's going to mess with us. I'm going to talk about my favorite subject because I love them, polls. I love them. I'm going to talk about it for a second. But one of the things in one of the polls, CNN poll, and I have to be telling the truth because I have CNN. Look at that camera on me, right? And you know what? They never cover the audience. Nobody has any idea. I got home and I said this the other night, and I could say spin and show the audience, and the camera stays right on my face. And I say, spin, show the people. But I get home the other night, we had a fantastic crowd in New Hampshire. We had another fantastic crowd, an unbelievable crowd in Virginia. We're all over. We always have crowds, they're overflow crowds like this. And the camera never moves. You know, I really think I'm a handsome guy, but I really want to see the crowd, right? The camera never moves. And I say fan, you know the word fan? And I watch them. The cameras, these guys are like steel because they're told don't move. So I get home the other night, my wife said, how was the crowd? Your speech looked good. I said, what do you mean the crowd? You didn't see it? No, they didn't show the crowd. I heard people, but they never showed the crowd. They just show your face and that's it. They never move. They do that on purpose. They do that on purpose. They're really, let me tell you, they're really dishonest people. Where's that Wall Street Journal? Hope, where's the Wall Street Journal? Where is the Wall Street Journal? Where? That's called having good people. See, we need good people. So look at the size of this paper. Look how small it is. Remember when it was big and beautiful and rich? You know, they bought the Wall Street Journal for $5 billion a few years ago. Now it's worth $500 million. and then they do an editorial criticizing my tax plan. Think of it. But here's the beauty, because we're going to go over it in a second.
Okay, I temporarily have to pause this to give you the top 5 stories, and I can do that right over here. A 24-year-old woman was frozen when she stepped into a cryotherapy. She managed a cryotherapy. She managed Rejuvence, a cryotherapy location in Nevada. She got stuck in there, was stuck in there for 10 hours and apparently froze to death. A 14-year-old Florida teen was shot 4 times and survived in a home invasion. They are looking for the suspects in that shooting now. Donald Trump attacks Ben Carson on faith. That's kind of what we're watching right now in regards to Donald Trump. We're going to get a sense of what he's thinking, what he said, and make up our own mind in regards to if he was really attacking him or just making a comment. Walking Dead fan killed his friend before his friend could turn into a zombie. This is one of the weirdest stories ever. But a New Mexico man was arrested for beating his friend to death after binge watching The Walking Dead. And I tweeted this, so if you're interested in seeing the pictures, a makeup artist's vision of how Disney princesses die, it's actually really fascinating, and she's actually done her face up like all sorts of Disney princesses. So that's on my Twitter at twitter.com/Fox10, or KinseyFox10, twitter.com/KinseyFox10, if you're interested in that. But we will head back over to Donald Trump now. And again, we are watching this speech, trying to determine whether or not it was just the casual tone. He told the Sunday news outlets that it was, or if he actually is trying to attack Ben Carson on his faith.
But here's the beauty, because we're going to go over it in a second. So I say, oh, gee, I mean, honestly, Bush is failing. He's a very nice person. Highly low on energy. He really is. He's low. He's low. He's low on energy. But he's a nice person. By the way, Carson is super low. I don't understand the whole deal. I don't know what's going on. Carson is lower energy than Bush. I don't understand what's going on, because we're going to talk about the fact that for the first time in 100 days, I had a poll that said I'm in second place in Iowa. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, only in Iowa. The rest we're killing. And we'll talk about it. So what happens, actually, we'll talk about that for a second, then I'll show you what they write, just to show you how dishonest these people are. So the polls come out, and I have great news, little bad news. I mean, you know, I'm entitled to a little bad news, right? My company's unbelievable. We're doing well. We're going to put that same brain power. You know, when I said I was going to run, everyone said, oh, probably not, because he won't want to file, because maybe he's not as rich as people think. So when I filed, I was much richer, much richer. So I built a great company. Very low debt, tremendous cash flow, some of the greatest assets in the world, and I'm not bragging. I'm only saying it because that's the kind of thinking we need to run our country. The kind of thinking we need. Oh, do we need that thinking? These people. These people. So, I get the news on Friday. Great poll. ABC Washington Post just comes out. Big poll. ABC. Well, you can't do better. ABC Washington Post, right? I'm killing everybody. I'm at 32. Way up from the previous. In New Hampshire, I get this incredible poll. I think I'm 20 points above number 2. Great. Nobody wants to say that. In New Jersey, I'm killing everybody, including the governor. I'm at 28 or 29. The governor, who's a nice guy, he's a friend of mine, Chris Christie, he's at 5. In Nevada, I'm number 1 by so much, it's embarrassing. I won't tell you how much, because it's embarrassing. But here's the thing. In Nevada, just came out, I'm number 1 with Hispanics, because they know I'm going to put people to work. I'm going to bring jobs back. The Hispanics last night at Doral. You know Doral, it's in Miami. It's a great place, one of the great places. I took it. It was a sick puppy. And a man came up to me. I mean, everybody always made money with Doral. The Wall Street guys did. Buy it and sell it 3 years later and make $100 million. Buy it, sell it, buy it, sell it. Then the market crashed the last. It's like musical chairs. Then I bought it for a really good price, right? And I was making a speech. I fixed it, made it great. And a man came up to me yesterday. He said, you know, Mr. Trump, I've been coming to this place for 25 years. If you can do the same job for the United States of America as you did making this place incredible, because it's the best resort in the country now. He said, wow, would that be something? I said, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. So, number 1 in New Jersey, number 1 in Florida. Whoa. Trump is number 1. Rubio way behind. I mean, you talk about a guy who's sweating. Now he's really sweating. He's a very ambitious guy. He was very disloyal. I have to tell you about Rubio. He was very disloyal to Bush because everybody admits that Bush was his mentor, right? And everybody said he'll never run. Even I thought he'll never run because Bush was his mentor. And maybe it's Bush's time. So until we got to really know Bush and watched him perform, we all sort of liked him. I liked him too. What's not to like? Okay? Putin is saying, oh, I love Bush. Putin will love Bush. And he'll love Hillary. Will he push Hillary around? Will he push Hillary around? Oh, Hillary. So anyway, so they all said that Rubio will never run. He's a very ambitious guy, so he decides to run. So those two guys are fighting like crazy, and I'm laughing watching them fight. So I'm number 1 in Florida, number 1 in South Carolina by a lot, number 1 in North Carolina, number 1 in Ohio against, think of it, against another very good guy named Kasich. He's a good guy. He's the governor of Ohio. I'm number 1. Everybody said, oh, if you use the governor of Ohio, you'll win Ohio. But I'm number 1 by a lot. It's not even close, right? You know that. So I'm number 1 in Ohio. Listen to this. Number 1 in Massachusetts. But listen to the number. Now remember, we started out with 17 people. Too many. It's ridiculous. I mean, why don't like 10 of these people just get out? They have no chance. So ridiculous. They think it's good for their brand. I think it's terrible for their brand, okay? I mean, a guy like Pataki, who's a lousy governor, he's got 0, and he keeps running. And then he tells people, I'm not a nice person. And by the way, I am a nice person. But we don't need nice. We need competent now. We need really. What a dope he is. Okay. They should get out, go back to their family, retire, enjoy your life. So listen to this one. Number 1 in Massachusetts, but listen. 48%. 48%. I think I'm 34 points above number 2, Massachusetts. Great state, big state. Now, Tom Brady does love me. I know that. But he's my golfing partner. You always want Tom Brady as your golfing partner. But he said, I always want Trump as my partner. That was a good set. That could have an impact in Massachusetts. I don't know. But you know what? Number 1 in Massachusetts. So here's what happens. So Bush has no money. He's cutting. He's meeting today with mommy and daddy. And they're working on their campaign. Okay? They're working. And in all fairness, he wants to stay in. But I have some numbers. He's cutting everybody 40% across the board. And everybody's agreeing to it. So me as a businessman, we have a lot of business people here. Me as a businessman said, well, if he's cutting everybody 40% and every single person has agreed to it, why didn't he make that deal in the first place, right? Does that make sense? In other words, he's going to cut 40%, you make the deal in the first place. You don't wait till you're failing. So he's failing. Then he's got a finance director. Listen to this one. A finance director for a political campaign where he's losing badly and embarrassing his family. He's got a finance director who got paid already $1.3 million. Can you believe it? I mean, I have good people. My people are better than them. I pay them peanuts. Corey, you're getting paid peanuts. I don't pay like that. I can't. I can't mentally, you know? So I have all these polls. Now, that's the good news. Let me give you the bad news. So, and I don't actually believe it, because I was in Iowa.
All right, let me show you this. If you are an Arizona Cardinals fan, I'm giving you an update on the game right now. Take a look at this. This is pretty great. This is pretty good. And this is the Arizona Cardinals Twitter feed, which I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to show you, twitter.com/AZCardinals. You can see that we are up by 10 points. We are currently at this is currently happening in Glendale. You can follow along on the hashtag BALVSAZ, but it's the Arizona Cardinals playing the Ravens, and at this point we are up by 10 points. ESPN gave the Cardinals an 80% chance, I believe, to beat them. It's pretty good, right? So don't worry, you're not missing anything. I'll take you back to Trump where I left off. But we are leading by 10. Yay!
It's a love fest because they love the message. It's not, and I don't even know, maybe they like, I think people do like me, you know, I like people. But they like the message, right? So I'm in Iowa. We have an unbelievable, I come home, let me give you the bad news. I'm number 2 in Iowa. I said, I don't believe it. One's Bloomberg, they hate me. The other one is a super liberal newspaper, the Des Moines Register, which is third rate, totally third rate, not respected in Iowa. It's a third rate, crummy newspaper. So I got these 2 polls. Bloomberg hates me. Don't forget, Michael did want to run for president. Remember that. But he's totally against the Second Amendment, so it's no good. Can't run. I'm for the Second Amendment, folks. Remember that. Remember. But Michael, who I like, but he's always wanted to run, but you can't. And then he started doing the thing with the colas. You know, you can only have a thing this big, and this, and so you see these people coming out with seven containers of cola. Started getting a little bit mixed up. That's called mixing government into our lives a little bit too much, right? So I get a Bloomberg poll, and it wasn't even bad. I'm in second place. Hey, I know 14 other candidates would love to be in second place. But I said I don't believe the poll. But nevertheless, it came out. Now, nobody covered that I have 48 in Massachusetts. Nobody covered that the biggest poll of all, the Washington Post, ABC, and I wouldn't say they're in love with me, that I'm at 32 and killing everybody. And don't forget, when you say 32, when you have 15 people and you have 32, who gets 32? I'll tell you, you know what? As a poker player, as any kind of a card player, I'll take that hand right now and never, ever lose. Ever. You know, when I started out, before I announced I was running, my wife said, you know, I have a wonderful wife, Melania, and I have a wonderful daughter, Ivanka. Wonderful. But my wife said, you know, darling, if you run, you're going to win, don't you? I said, what are you talking about? She said, people love you. And they want your toughness, and they want your they want you to help. The country's going to hell. They want you to help. And I said, well, I don't know. I don't like to think about it. So before I ran, nobody thought I was going to run. And a poll came out where I was at 3. Think of it. I was like all these guys. But that's because nobody thought I was going to run. But then I announced I was running. Then I filed this incredible financial statement, which I'm proud of. I might have filed it even if I didn't run. I was actually going to file my financials even if I wasn't going to run, because it takes guts to run. Let me tell you, it takes guts. Not easy. It's, you understand. Look at that guy. He looks like he's rich, but you understand what I mean. It takes guts. I've got a lot of really wealthy friends, and they're saying, man, how do you do that? That takes guts. I could never do it. It's very interesting, but it takes guts. So every week, a new poll would come out. So I went from 3 to 6, and every time I went up, they say, well, that's his plateau. He's got those people. But But that's his plateau. You know, the talking heads, most of whom are incompetent and really, I mean, these people are, and they're angry. They're so angry at me because I proved them so wrong. They're so angry at Trump. They hate me. But the talking heads would say, well, so I'm at 6. Well, I could see how he got to 6, but you know that's a plateau. Then I go up to 12 the next week. Well, you know that's a plateau. Then I go to 18. Then I go to 20. Then I actually had one last week that was 41. I said, I'll take that plateau. I don't want to do any more polls. But every week I was at a plateau. So what happens, and it's incredible, we go out, we do the polls, but last 2 days ago, a day ago, I get these 2 polls. Remember, I don't believe them. I don't believe them. In Iowa, one place, and I love Iowa. And look, I don't have to say it. I'm Presbyterian. Can you believe it? Nobody believes I'm Presbyterian. I'm Presbyterian. I'm Presbyterian. Boy, that's down the middle of the road, folks, in all fairness. I mean, Seventh-day Adventist, I don't know about. I just don't know about. But, so I'm Presbyterian, I get these polls, and I'm losing by a little bit. So, headlines all over the place. For 2 days, headlines. Trump losing in polls. I just want in fact, I have like this great memory, but there's so many that I'm winning, I wanted to write them down because I want all of them. And many more that I didn't write. I'm winning on everything, every national, but for some reason I had a bad week in Iowa, which I don't believe. The headlines today all over Fox and CNN and everything. Trump losing in polls to Carson. Carson. I don't think Carson's going to negotiate really well with China, folks, in all fairness. Okay? I don't think so. And I like him. I don't think so. Because it's not about like. You know, people come up to me, do you think you're a nice enough person to be president? I said, you know what, I'm a nice person, but it's not about niceness. It's about super competence because, man, we are getting killed. We are getting killed. So all over. Now, had I won Iowa, it wouldn't even be mentioned. Believe me, it wouldn't even be mentioned. There would be no story whatsoever. Nobody wrote that I was 48 in Massachusetts. Nobody wrote anything or very little about South Carolina, New Hampshire, all of these other places that I named. Practically nothing. And I knew it because they are so bad. They are so disgusting. I know it. Not all of them, but 70%. No, they're so dishonest, the media. So what happens is I get up this morning and I say, whoa, that's incredible. So you have Bush with a failing campaign. He's got no money. He's got no votes. He's way down in the polls. You got Rubio doing poorly and he sweats like a dog. You got Carson. I don't know what the hell's going on there. I don't get it. I don't get it. And then I read in the Wall Street Journal, again, look how little these pages. You know, if you did it this way, if you read it this way, it's a tabloid. It's true. So I see in the Wall Street Journal right up front someplace, where the hell is it? Yeah, right. Right, look at this. So incredible. Right up in the front. Can you believe it? Look at this. How Trump and Bush aren't doing well. So we have unlimited money. We're winning every state. In one state, and by the way, I have other polls in Iowa where I'm leading, but I have a couple of polls, quick ones, came out, and they're talking about Bush and Trump. This is the worst stuff. So I said to my people, so anybody want a Wall Street? Very dishonest.
All right, I'm seeing that we have a touchdown, but I think it's Arizona. I'm just seeing, well, I'll show you what I'm seeing actually. Give me a second. Because it's on Twitter, I think I can show you. It's not like an official NFL thing. So I'm assuming this means we had a touchdown, right? So how much ahead are we? What's the current score? I'm waiting for their next graphic. I know some of you are watching this and watching the game and watching other programs, so I appreciate your multitasking. That's really impressive. Waiting for the next graphic. Show me what the score is, please. Oh, that's beautiful. That's impressive. Take a look at that. We are currently ahead with 26 points and the Ravens have 10. So if you are, maybe you're not a football fan, but maybe you just love the Cardinals like me. Now you know. And in a little bit, I'll give you an update on the top 5, but I'll get you back to this speech quickly.
We're winning every state in one state. And by the way, I have other polls in Iowa where I'm leading. But I have a couple of polls, quick ones, came out, and they're talking about Bush and Trump. This is the worst stuff. So I said to my people, so anybody want a Wall Street? Very dishonest. But they don't like Trump. But what I'm trying to say, and I think we're saying it, is the press is very dishonest. They're so dishonest. I had another case the other day, and I talk about it. I was on Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Can you believe I saved his job? I was going after him so badly. You know what I was saying, because he treated me very unfairly. And in all fairness, he's been very nice. So I'm leading in every category. This is 2 weeks ago. And he said, would you ever quit the race? And I said to myself, what kind of a question is that? You know, when you're leading, why is he asking? But I thought I'd give him an honest answer. I said, you know, Chuck, if I started going down in the polls big, and if I didn't have crowds like this, 20,000 people, the owner, who's a great guy, and his family just told me it's a record, it's over 20,000 people. So if I didn't have crowds like this, if I didn't have any gravitas, if I wasn't doing well, if you wouldn't be calling me to do interviews, which is like every 2 minutes they call me, then I would certainly consider leaving the race. And I thought it was a very good answer. The next day, Trump considering leaving race. I didn't say that. And then I watched these guys who are professional politicians, because don't forget, I've only been a politician for 3 months, thank God. Okay. So I watched these guys who are obviously in the race for no more than a week, maybe a few days. I watched a couple of them. I mean, I watched Rand Paul. He used to be a nice guy. Then he tried to hit me because he thought, you know, he'd get a couple of more points because he went down like a rock. But I watched him this morning. No, I'm staying in the race. I watched other guys. Some of these guys have 0. Will you leave the race? Absolutely not. I'm in it till the end. You know they're going to be gone in a couple of days. And I said to myself, isn't it sad when to be a politician, you basically have to be dishonest? Think of it. It's pretty sad. So we are doing well. We're at actually, I think, our highest point, or just about our highest point. The Reuters poll shows we're I think just about our highest point from the beginning of the campaign, 32. And we have some that are higher than that. But I have to tell you something. I am having, because people ask me the question, and actually most people say he's having fun. And I am. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. A very rich friend of mine said, how do you speak like that without teleprompters? Don't forget, I don't have teleprompters. Obama doesn't speak without teleprompters. And he speaks, and he reads, and he reads. Hillary Clinton. No, Hillary Clinton the other day, she was outside and the sun was hitting her. She had the biggest teleprompters I've ever seen, and they were painted black on the back. I've never seen that. Usually, at least it's clear glass. I mean, you see them, but you see through it, right? These teleprompters were black. They were massive here and here. I I'm trying to say people can't even see the candidate. And I said we should pass a law, and I'm only kidding. Somebody said he was serious. That if you're running for president, you shouldn't be allowed to use teleprompters, okay? You shouldn't be allowed. Because look what we just got. We just got a teleprompter president. But a friend of mine came up to me, just, do you use teleprompter? I said, no. Do you use prepared speech? I said, no. He said, how do you speak before all these people with sometimes 7 or 8 live cameras on? Look at these guys. Look at the cameras there. They're going crazy. And they don't know when to turn off. Because if I hit CNN or if I hit Fox, you know, all of a sudden, we're going to commercial break because they know when I'm getting ready, right? We're going to commercial break. They have to do it quickly. But he said, how do you do that? And I said, honestly, it's easy. Because there's love. There really is. There's love in these audiences. And it's true. It's true. It's true. True. I told, and this is a very, very successful guy, worth billions of dollars, actually. And he said, I don't know how you do it. I said, no, it's really easy. Because there's love in these audiences. And not just here. Here is great. No matter where we go. Last night at the Doral, it's Miami. We had probably an audience of 80% Hispanic. They were just like you. They were going wild. They were loving it. They were loving it. And I didn't want to mention the wall because I want to be, you know, I'm like, I figured, no. I figured, maybe. This is what happened last night. So, being a great diplomat, I decided that, you know, Miami, mostly Hispanic. I have thousands of employees who are Hispanic. Over the years, I've hired thousands, and they're great. But, you know, you have to be intelligent. So I'm in Miami. I could see it's a largely Hispanic crowd. So I'm getting toward the end of the speech. Everyone's having a great time, and it's hard to have a great time when everything's negative, right? I mean, we don't have one positive thing to say except hope. That's the only thing. We have great hope. We have great potential. But we lose with everybody. And yet we all have a great time because that's what they're looking for. But I'm toward the end of the speech, and somebody, Hispanic, shouts out, Mr. Trump, what about the wall? And the audience went crazy. They want the wall. They're all Hispanic. It's amazing. They want the wall. Wasn't reported, but that's okay. But the person, and I said last night, some of you might have seen it. It was live on a lot of the televisions. I said last night, do you want me to talk about the wall? I'm a little bit, you know, tentative. Do you want me to talk? They're all screaming, yes, we want the wall. Because people, including the Hispanics that are here legally, they don't want people coming into our country illegally. It's as simple as that. And then I have, you know, the criticism I get. I mean, think of it. The criticism I get is so incredible from people that 10 years ago all wanted a wall. You know, I'm getting articles because I love to do this. We get ready for the opponents. I'm starting to think about it. And if you look back 10 years and 12 years ago, many of the biggest people against the wall, it's not humane. The wall's not humane. It's okay for people to come in our country illegally. It's okay for Kate to be brutally killed in San Francisco by somebody that comes in. Think of that. Somebody that comes in 5 or 6 or 9 times, they don't even know, and shoots her in the back, this incredible woman. They think it's okay for a veteran, 2 weeks ago in California, 66-year-old veteran, female, to get raped, sodomized, and killed by an illegal immigrant. They think that's okay.
Actions.
I was just over, I was listening in the newsroom about the bestiality story. Whew. I can't even believe that this is real life. And I can't believe that, like, we're having to report that. Thankfully, that's not in my top 5. I'm sure you overheard it today with Sonia, but it's not in my top 5, and I don't want to go there.
Yeah, we will. I'm going to try and fit it in 20 seconds, too. That's the other thing.
How about we just can't even get into the details?
Yeah, well, that's one of my lines. Details are so graphic.
Yeah, so I'm just like overhearing them in the newsroom saying that the bestiality story is so gross that we're going to say you can look up additional details on the internet, but we don't want to give it to you. I guess we're going to only make it 20 seconds of our newscast because it's real nasty. All right, here's my top 5 stories. We're doing this every half an hour for you, and I'm a little late. I apologize. A 24-year-old Nevada woman has died reportedly after freezing to death in a cryotherapy chamber. A local news station in Las Vegas reported that Chelsea Ake of Henderson was trapped in the chamber for at least 10 hours at Rejuvence, a local clinic that offers cryotherapy, which involves stepping into a cryosauna or cryo chamber with dry air that dips below minus 240 degrees Fahrenheit. The therapy has been used to reduce inflammation. That's like the first time I've had trouble with that word today. It will slow down signs of aging and help heal sports injuries, but effects are seen after only 2 minutes. You saw Troy Hayden do this on the broadcast not too long ago. News3LV.com reported that Ake, a Hawaii native, was the manager of Rejuvence. Her co-workers found her frozen inside the machine last week. I do know that she was alone closing the shop up and then did go into the machine and apparently did not turn off. Her friend Shylin B. told the news station, according to a local police report, Ake used the machine without assistance and likely suffocated. Investigators said the death was due to an operator error. It's very frustrating to know because, there are no cameras in there, be told News3LV.com. Basically, the only person that does know what happened is Chelsea. Owners of Rejuvence had no comment on Ake's death, but said they are saddened by the loss of their friend. I just want everybody to know she was awesome and she loved everybody, be told 3newslv.com. Her legacy will definitely move on through us. A 14-year-old Florida teen was shot 4 times in a home invasion. They have no suspects. This is out of Florida again. They have no suspects. They just know that the driver was driving an older, light green Volkswagen. But the 14-year-old is surviving, is okay. Donald Trumping. It's just what he does. Typical day. Donald Trump attacking Ben Carson over faith. We've been trying to determine that throughout this speech. We've been watching it. And you can make up your own opinion. I understand that he's like, well, I was just talking. This is just me talking. But the way he does talk is very aggressive, so I can understand Carson even feeling perhaps a little attacked. Walking Dead fan killed friend before he could turn into zombie. This is an actual news story. This is via FOX10Phoenix.com and the AP. A New Mexico man who had been watching TV's The Walking Dead told authorities he fatally beat his friend before he could become a zombie. Grant's police spokesman Moses Marquez said Sunday that 23-year-old Christopher Paquin was beaten and that 23-year-old Damon Perry is being held on a murder charge. Perry told investigators he had been drinking when Paquin began to change into a zombie and tried to bite him. Police say Perry beat Paquin with his hands, feet, an electric guitar, and a microwave. Authorities say Perry attributed his actions to binge watching The Walking Dead, which centers on a zombie apocalypse, originally airing on AMC. They were binge watching via Netflix. And I'll show this to you quickly because I love this story. A makeup artist's vision of how Disney princesses die. This is via Mashable. If you're interested in makeup and DIY, this makeup artist on Instagram imagines how Disney princesses die for unique Halloween costumes. Ariel, cause of death, vocal cords ripped out by Ursula. Belle, cause of death, mauled by the beast claws. Snow White, cause of death, chemical burn from the evil queen's poison apple. Cinderella impaled by her own glass slipper. Elsa, death skewered by an icicle, frostbite on her fingertips. Look at her purple fingertips. So I just thought that that was an interesting option for those of you that really want to get creative with your makeup. And then let me give you a cards update. Are we still at that same, yeah, no, it's 18 to 26, 18 to 26. So they don't have a fancy new graphic for that, but it's probably because the other team scored. But we are looking at an 18? Yeah, 18 to 26 Cardinals lead. That's your top 5 for the 8 o'clock hour. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. Let's go back to Trump versus Carson. And again, I'd love to see what your opinion in the chat room is. Do you feel like he's being attacked? Do you feel like Trump is attacking Carson? Or do you think that this is just Trump being Trump?
Killed by an illegal immigrant. They think that's okay. They think it's okay. And let me tell you something. Walls work. They work. My wall works. My wall works. That's a Trump wall. That's a good wall. That's a wall as high as that building right there. That's a wall that works. And, you know, then they say, oh, it'll be too expensive. So the Great Wall of China, right? Pretty big. We learned about that. It's 13,000 miles long. Think of it. 13,000. That's called a serious wall, right? It was built 2,000 years ago. It's 13,000 miles long. Our southern border is 1,900 miles long, of which half of it you don't have to build because you have natural barriers. You have barriers that are natural, you know, like ridges and things that frankly are as good as the wall or better. So we really need 1,000. We need 1,000 miles. So easy. Who's in the construction business here? Precast. Think of it. I do garages. I do a lot. The thing I do best is build. Hey, wouldn't it be great to have a guy who really knows how to build when we have to rebuild the infrastructure of our country? Unbelievable. So I see in one of the magazines, you know, we have little sections where there's walls. They'll have a wall that's like a half a mile long. Mostly they just go over it this high, 8, 9 feet. Did you see the picture where they built a ramp? Where they have a ramp going over the wall and they have trucks going back and forth over the wall carrying drugs? This is our walls. We're run by stupid people, folks. So, just for because this is a good construction area, and precast plank, you know what that is? It goes forever. Where you do parking garages, where you do highway where it spans, you do those planks, you set them into foundations, that sucker could be 40 feet, 50, nobody's going over it with a truck, and if they get up there, it's a long way down. There's nobody going through that wall. And we can do it very reasonably. And besides that, Mexico is going to pay for it. Mexico is going to pay. 100%. 100%. You know, I had a couple of these guys I'm running against. They know nothing about negotiation. Nothing. Zero. And they said, Mexico won't pay for the wall. I said, why do you say that? Because they won't. Well, I make deals all the time. I was telling them last night, I had a deal at Doral to buy it for $170 million. It was worth $400 or $500 a few years back. Then the market crashed. I made a good deal. I bought it for $170. Then I said to my daughter, Ivanka, watch. I'll get some money off the price. Now, I had a signed contract for $170. I go in, I see these beautiful-looking people. The Wharton School of Finance, Harvard Business School, Yale, Stanford, like 6 of them. They were like from a movie. Better looking than Tom Cruise. I mean, you know. No, they were like from a movie. Suspenders. Always had the jacket off. You know, the suspenders. This is central casting. I said, watch this, honey. I'll pick up some money. Okay? So I go in. I say, fellas, I signed a contract at $170. The place is a shit house. You didn't tell me. You didn't tell me it was this bad. You didn't tell me it was this bad. You guys have defrauded me. And I'm not going to close. You got to have the contract signed to do this because there are about 30 people that wanted to buy it. You know, it's this massive acreage in the middle of Miami. It's not like, you know, it's really good stuff. So you got to have the contract. And I'm not saying this to be a wise guy either. Everything I say is because this is the kind of thinking our country needs. We need this sick thinking. Do you understand that? But I did it because I wanted to show off to Ivanka. And she was adorable. She said, "What do you mean, Dad? We have a contract at 170. I said, "Just watch." So I said, "You guys told me this and you told me that. You've defrauded me. I'm not closing the deal." "Yes, you are." "I'm not closing the deal. I'll offer you 100. They say, "No way, we want 170. I said, "That's okay, fellas. Bye-bye." And I picked up, walked out of the room. They called me back. See, that would have happened on the Iran deal if Kerry had the goddamn brains to walk out. Would have happened. It would have happened. So, this guy comes in, handsome guy, comes in, "Mr. Trump, could we see you for a minute?" I'm at the elevator. "What?" "We'd like to talk." He comes in, he said, in front of the group, 6 guys, "Would you take 150? Would you pay 100? Now remember, the price was 170. Goes, "Would you pay 150 million?" I just saved $20 million. Took me about 6 minutes. And I looked at Ivanka. I said, "Baby, we just paid for the furniture, right? Right? When you think of it, because you know, there was a line item, furniture, 20 million. I just now. And it's become a great deal. I didn't spend a lot of money and fixed it and made it great, and it's the #1 resort. I think it's the #1 resort now in the country, the Blue Monster. The Tour just renewed their tournament for 10 years, which they never do. They never do. And it's been a great deal. And I make good deals. And by the way, even when they're bad, I make them good. Because sometimes I'll make a deal, and it turns out to be bad because the market crashes. That's not my fault. I'll be building a $1 billion building. Everything's going great. The market crashes. I make a deal. Sometimes I make those deals better than the good ones. Because that's when you find out if people are good. When you can take something that should be good, turns out to be bad, and make it good. Do you know what I'm talking about? That's when you find out. That's when you find out if you're good. But I tell the Doral deal because we should be doing that with our country. China is making, we have an imbalance, a trade imbalance with China of almost $400 billion a year. Think of it. And then I see Obama last week, the heads of China. Think of it. Well, you can't say that right now. So we have a trade imbalance. And by the way, USA, when was the last time you saw, remember when we were all young, growing up, and we had a country where we actually made everything? Do you remember when it used to say, "Made in the USA"? When was the last time you saw a sign, "Made in the USA"? You don't see it anymore. If I win, I'm going to make it almost mandatory, meaning please do it. Made in the USA. It's true. And I'm just thinking to myself, because you know the great thing about having a great memory and being able to speak without, you can adjust your speech. Because I'm just thinking to myself, if you remember, especially the ones with a couple of years, like the guy with the white hair back there that's so enthusiastic, I love that guy. See this group over here? I see you. But those guys, they can tell you, when we had a sign that said "Made in Japan," and there were some of them, not many, that was a cheap goods, right? That was bad. No, it was considered inferior product. Now it's the reverse. But we don't even see signs, "Made in the USA." I tell the story all the time about my friend. You know, Japan is doing a very big number on us. They've devalued. They have Abe. We have nobody represent us. We have Carolyn Kenny.
When I'm designing...
Let me give you my... We're almost there. It's like every time I'm done with the top 5 stories, it's time for them again. But I do think I actually interrupted to give you an update on the cards. I'm hearing whistles, I'm hearing yelling, We actually have a conference room that we have meetings in every day. And it has a TV in it. And on his lunch, that's where Troy set up and was watching the Cardinals game. He's actually a huge Cardinals fan. I bet you he was tweeting about it. Just heard a lot of beep in our newsroom. Let's see if he was tweeting about it. Oh no, I thought he'd be in there tweeting about it. Tweeting play-by-plays 38 seconds ago. The Cards tweeted. They tweeted a video I can't show you. But 2 minutes ago, it looks like this. They're the same. Looks like it's the... Here we go. Check this out. Two-minute warning. AZ Cardinals setting up to punt. Arizona 26, Ravens 18. So we are still ahead. Again, ESPN gave them an 80% chance of winning this evening, the Arizona Cardinals. So hopefully we bring home a win tonight here. We are we're being watched all over the world right now. ESPN also saying that at one point they had picked the Ravens to be front runners for possibly Super Bowl contenders this year, and that went downhill fairly quickly. But they are anticipating that hopefully the Cards are going to win this one tonight. And I'll be back with your top 5 stories in 5 minutes.
They have Abby. We have nobody represent us. We have Carolyn Kennedy. You've heard that story. Carolyn Kennedy, give me a break. Give me a break. Japan is doing great. Japan is devaluing the hell out of their currency. Did you see the report that just came out on Caterpillar Tractor? Well, I've been talking about this for 1 year, and I've been telling this story for 1 year. And I said, I think Caterpillar's in trouble. They came out with horrible numbers yesterday. Because I'm a natural business person, I know. What happens is a friend of mine's an excavator. And he was very depressed. And he was depressed. I said, what's wrong with you, Harold? And he said, I just bought Komatsu tractors from Japan, which are okay, but they're not as good as Cats, but they're fine. I said, why? You've always bought. He said, Donald, all my life, I bought Caterpillar tractor. And I'm so, the excavator, the big excavator, he's a big guy. But they gave me Komatsu and the country together gave me a deal that I couldn't turn down. And I feel bad about it. But I owe it to my family, to my wife, to my company, to my employees to make the best deal. I said, I agree. But they did it through devaluation. Our new trade pact doesn't even talk about devaluation. And that's the #1 tool of how we're being taken advantage of in our country, is currency devaluation and manipulation. In China, in Japan, in Mexico, every country that's killing us, and we don't even talk about it in that horrendous trade pact that they're just signing now. We don't even talk about it. Somebody said, do you like it? I said, it's horrendous. Why can't they just put it off till I become elected? Believe me, it will not be that deal. Believe me. So it won't be that. So Caterpillar came out with very bad numbers yesterday. I don't care about Caterpillar, but, I like to see American companies do well. They came out with very bad numbers, and it was very interesting. And I've been calling it, you've heard me talking about this. How long have I been talking about Komatsu? People are buying Komatsu crap instead of Caterpillar, all because of currency manipulation. Everything, all because of, oops, we have a person. You okay? Yeah, help them out. Do you have a doctor? You okay? Good. You just take your time. Take your time. Just fainted. Tell her I love her the best. I love the women that faint when I speak. Those are the ones that love me. That's fine. We want to make sure they're fine. You okay? Oh, that's good. Beautiful. Give him a hand. That's great. Strong people. That's the kind of a guy I love. Thank you. Make sure he's perfect. I'd bring him up on stage, but he might not right now feel like it, right? All right. So, I've been talking about this for a long time. With China, you've seen what happened recently. Carl Icahn, a great businessman. Great. Tough, smart, great. He calls me. I want to help, I want to help. I have everybody calling me. I have the best in the world. We have the best in the world. We don't use them. We use political hacks. We use people that give campaign contributions. We use people that are involved with these horrible PACs. You know, yesterday, I don't know if you saw, but I wrote a letter. I disavow from all. I don't want any money from PACs. I don't want any money. These guys are setting up PACs. But I also said that every candidate should disavow. Every candidate should disavow. And we're going to do that. And it's going to be a major point, as I said. It's going to be a major point. So, we're going to make our country rich again. A person said to me the other day when they heard me say that, oh, I don't know if that's very nice, using the word rich. You know, we have no choice. We owe $19 trillion. We're losing on every single deal we make. We've got Sergeant Bergdahl. This guy is a traitor. No, think of it. You see, even though it's a different thing, it's military. You know, in the old days when we were strong, you know what happens to Bergdahl? Bing, boom, he's gone. He's not even going to get jailed. Do you believe it? He was a traitor. Think of it. He was a traitor. Traitor. 6 young, incredible, beautiful people died looking for him. And they just announced he's not even going to get jail time. He has psychological problems. He's got psychological problems. Look at ISIS. ISIS cuts off heads. They cut off heads. They drown people. They shoot anybody they want. What they do to women is beyond belief. What they do to everybody is beyond belief. And I watched a general on television a very short while ago, month ago, and he was talking on television. And I said it last night at Doral. I said, why is my general talking on television? I don't want generals that talk. I want generals that know how to fight. It's true. I don't need talkers. We've got enough talkers in this country. Everybody's talking. Politicians are all talk, no action, nothing gets done. Nothing. And this general was asked by one of the commentators, what do you think of ISIS? When can we beat them? Can we do it quickly? No. It's going to be long. Oh, no. They have 60,000 people, by the way, 60,000. That we let happen because of the way we handled Iraq. You know, they came out of Iraq. And we let it happen. So they have, he goes, no, very tough. And I'm saying to myself, can you imagine General George Patton saying ISIS is going to be tough? Can you imagine General Douglas MacArthur saying, oh, gee, ISIS is going to be tough? We send military weapons. We send Humvees. I always tell the story. 2,300 Humvees to our so-called allies. One bullet gets shot in the air and our allies run, and the enemy ends up with, listen to this, 2,300. You know how many that is? I thought it was a mistake. I thought they meant 3 or 5. 2,000. How do you get them over there? One bullet. And these are the armor-plated ones. These are the ones that are really good. These are the ones that if our soldiers had them, you wouldn't have the wounded warriors to the extent you have. They'd have their arms. They'd have their legs. And you know who has them right now? ISIS and our enemies has it. They don't do equipment. They shoot a bullet in the air, and the people we give this stuff to, they just go in and take it, and they run. We don't know what we're doing, folks, and it's got to change. And the reason I always...
You should have seen Troy Hayden just burst out of his little cubby yelling about the Cardinals. We're winners. Yes, we are. Love it. Loves it. It's 8:30, which means it's time for my top 5. Can you believe it? A 24-year-old woman she froze to death. She was stuck in one of those cryotherapy chambers. So the Cardinals just won. Let me interrupt my top to see. Can I play this? I don't think so. Did they win? 13 left. We're doing post game right off the top. So if you're local, you should turn on channel 10. Did we win? Are we still playing? Is this game still on? Because I'm seeing everybody getting really cocky around this building. I don't know. Well, until I know for sure, because I'm just a girl. A girl that's stuck in this corner with little access to the real world. I'm going to go into my top 5 stories. A 24-year-old woman froze to death when she accidentally locked herself in a cryotherapy chamber. She was a manager at the venue, and she was stuck in there for 10 hours. A Florida teen, 14 years old, was shot 4 times when some individuals broke into their home. They're still alive, but they are looking for the suspects out of Florida. The only thing that they know about the suspect is that they were driving a light green VW Bug. Is Donald Trump attacking Ben Carson over faith? Oh, we won. Yay. Thank you. Thanks, AZ Cardinals. Thank you. We are currently watching Donald Trump. Some say yes, absolutely. There's the tweet. I'll take down the top 5. Yay! So most in the chat room say yes, that it was an attack. Trump said, I'm just being myself. A Walking Dead fan beat his friend to death. One of my producers was asking me a question, and a man in New Mexico, is a Walking Dead fan, was intoxicated while binge watching The Walking Dead on Netflix, and beat to death one of his friends who he said was turning into a zombie and trying to bite him. That's going to be an interesting court case. Additionally, this woman did this amazing makeup tutorial on, and I'll just give you a little sneak peek, on Instagram in regards to how to do makeup like Disney princesses that died. It's a little weird. It's a weird place to go. You know, you're not necessarily like, hey, I'm going to do a zombie something. I'm going to do a zombie princess, you know? So that's on Mashable today. It's also on my Twitter feed. If you follow me, twitter.com/KinseyFox10. You can check that out. We are running around like chickens with our heads cut off because we are going to do an amazing post-Cardinals show for you on Channel 10. Jude's here. Richard's here, and if you are local, you should turn on Channel 10. If you're not local, you can head over to fox10phoenix.com/live for that. But you and I are going to head back to Trump And if there's any breaking news for you, I'll jump right in and give that to you as I get it.
Folks, and it's got to change. And the reason I always bring up Bergdahl, because he's garbage. He's garbage. He's garbage. And you know what? And frankly, you know, it's never politically correct even to say it. If I had my choice, I'd fly him right back into the middle of that zone. I'd drop him right on top of us. It's true. True. But with Bergdahl, he's emblematic of the way we negotiate. So we get a traitor, Bergdahl, who should be executed. We get a traitor, Bergdahl, and the other side gets 5 of the greatest killers that they've been after for 8 years. So we give them, who are right now back on the battlefield, killing everybody that's in front of them, and believe me, they want to kill you too, believe me. So this is the way we negotiate. The Iran deal, think of it, just think of it. Think of the Iran deal. 24 days to inspect. Now, why can't we say we want to inspect and you go in and you inspect? 24 days. And before the 24 days start, there's a whole legal process. So the 24 days could be much more than that. I guarantee you, I'd have that place so nice, so clean, so wonderful. I'd paint the floor battleship gray, right? Battleship gray. I love the concrete floor painted. Nobody's going to know what I'm doing. 24 days. Then they have another section where they can do their own inspections. They call it self-inspect. Do you believe this? Iran. Then you have, as Obama calls him, the supreme leader said, nobody, I'm not calling anybody a supreme leader. You know who my supreme leader is? My supreme leader is up there. It's true. I'm not calling anybody the supreme leader. Obama, the supreme leader, said. So we're in the middle of a negotiation, and the other side is dancing in the streets, calling the Americans stupid, saying we want to kill Israel and we want to kill America, and within 25 years, Israel won't exist and the United States won't exist. And Kerry keeps negotiating. Then he decides to go into a bicycle race, breaks his leg. Now, you ever see anything like this? He breaks his leg. Why is the guy in a bicycle race in the middle of the most important negotiation? Why didn't he walk? Why didn't he do the same thing I did with Doral? Walk and double up the sanction. They'd be calling you by the end of the week begging to make a deal. They were dying. Why didn't we do that? So with all of these problems with the deal, which is going to lead to total nuclear proliferation, but with all, as you know, we used to have 3 hostages, now we have 4. So they didn't want to put that in because they didn't want to complicate the deal. Do you believe both Obama and Kerry, we don't want to complicate the deal. We're giving them $150 billion, which is insane to give them money. We shouldn't give them anything. We should say, first day, by the way, the $150 billion, it's ours. Never going to be discussed. Don't ever bring it up. And we'll win. We'll win. So we've got 4 hostages. But at the time when we started this negotiation that took forever, did you ever see, we've got a lot of good business people here. Did you ever see a deal that took so long? You know, we're not sending a rocket to the moon. Did you ever see, this deal never stopped. It's still going on. But we're giving them this money. So we get 3 hostages, now we have 4. And I just heard now Iran wants to start a new negotiation for the hostages. So they want to do it. And here's what they want. And I watched this guy who's far too sharp for our people. I watched their chief negotiator. By the way, the Persians are great negotiators, okay? Somebody will say, that's not politically correct. We'll give them Hillary. You know, how about Hillary negotiating? How about that? Who would you rather have negotiating, Hillary or Trump? Oh, poor Hillary, poor Hillary. That's what we need. We need Hillary. Ay, ay, ay. You want to have a mess of a country? You want to have nothing but problems? You want to have a country that's going to go to hell? You have Hillary elected president, you're going to have a country that's going to hell. I'll tell you right now. So think of this. So Iran, Persians, great negotiators. The deal is done. They get everything they wanted. 100%. We folded on every point. We're giving them $150 billion. Now they have so much money, they're going to go and help with Syria. They're going to help Russia with Syria. They got money. Wait till you see. They don't need nuclear weapons. They can buy them. What the hell do they have to come? They'll buy them. So now you take all of this, and they call last week. We'd like to start talking now about the hostages. You believe this? They want 19 people for R3. The fourth is off the table because we're not giving you all four back. We want 19 people, and then he goes, and we want many other things. We want many other things. And that's why when I come around and speak, I have the biggest crowds by far, and that includes the communist Bernie Sanders. I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. I'll really be honest. I shouldn't say this. Say it. Do you believe this? By the way, I love this day. This is the biggest thing that it's almost like I'm falling in bed. It's like the biggest thing. I'm 6'3", and I'm like, it's so comfortable. Would you rather run against Sanders or they call her secretary? Great secretary. Secretary Clinton. She was a great secretary. The world fell apart under her watch. Secretary. Now, every politician would say, it doesn't matter, whoever it is. Honestly, I'd rather run against Hillary. I'd really rather run against Hillary. I actually think, look, I shouldn't say this either, but I will. Do you mind? She's going crazy. Say it. So, he's given away too much. He may be hard to beat. He's given away everything. Free education. He's given away By the way, if you're an illegal immigrant under the communists, if you're an illegal immigrant, you get treated better than our veterans. You get treated better. He wants to give free education. He wants to give free medicine. He wants to give everything's free. There's only one problem. You're going to pay for it. It's called taxes. It's called taxes. But honestly, I told somebody last night, I did some of the shows, and I'm on Jake Tapper on CNN on Sunday at 9 o'clock, and I told him, I'd rather run against Hillary because her record is so bad that I don't know anything about this guy. This guy's a maniac. All he wants to do is, yeah, we'll give this, we'll give that. I mean, it's incredible. But I would rather run against Hillary. And
would you rather run against Hillary? What am I looking at? Nothing is free for working Americans, says Billy. Zero taxes and free, 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 says John Doe. Let's see. I do enjoy. Hillary is so 1995. Thank you to everybody that is participating in the chat room in regards to Trump. Billy, I bet Trump will lock Hillary up and his first act as POTUS. All right, let's go back. Great comments, though. Thank you for sharing.
Rather run against Hillary. And the Benghazi thing was terrible, and she came out fine. But remember this, hundreds and hundreds of phone calls made by the ambassador for help. She didn't respond. She was unresponsive. You know why? She was sleeping. Or something. Or she was talking to her friends on her private email. But hundreds and hundreds of calls came out for help. And this guy died so bad. What they did to him was incredible. What they did to those 4 people was incredible. And with hundreds, I think they said 500 or 600 requests for help. Not one of them was even answered. But I said to this group yesterday, I would rather run against Hillary. I really would. I love it. Because based on that record, I don't know how you lose. I don't know how you lose. So we are going to make our military so strong that nobody's going to mess with us. We're going to take care of our vets, but really take care. We're going to stop illegal immigration. And we are going to build the wall, and it will be built, and it will be paid for by Mexico, believe me. We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. With, by the way, something much better for you and for the country. Because if people realize Obamacare actually kicks in big league on 16. Now, he'll be out playing golf, and we're going to have a problem like you've never seen before. And you know the problem most of you have already with your premiums. So we are going to repeal it. We're going to replace it. I promise you our website will not cost $5 billion, and it will work. It will work. We're going to renegotiate all of these. Think about Doral. Think about Doral. That's the reason I told you that story. I don't care about that story. I don't care about that story. We're going to, at a minimum, renegotiate with Iran that horrible deal. I mean, we probably can't get our $150. We gave them $150 billion. How do I get it back? How do I get it back? But I'll tell you what. I'm not a big sleeper. I toss and turn thinking, and I think, and I think, and I think, and I think. Maybe I'm going to find a way. But it's gone. $150 billion is gone. They are going to be such a power. Our leaders, we don't have leaders, folks. We don't have leaders. We don't have leaders. I am going to renegotiate that deal. And when I use the word renegotiate, I use that word as a minimum. And I'm going to bring that deal back. You know, I've done that a lot. I take over somebody's deal. A friend of mine makes a bad deal. Loses his shirt. Wonderful. There's one in particular. Wonderful guy. He made a horrible deal. Good asset, everything. Horrible deal. The banks were killing him. Everybody was killing him. Everybody. He calls me, he goes, I need help. I said, what's the problem? I call up his bank. I say, can you help him? I know the bankers. Can you help him? Donald, we don't want to do that. I said, he's a nice guy. He's over his head. He's dying. Help him. They said, we won't do it. I said, well, if you're not going to, I'm going to buy his company for nothing, and we're going to have a war. Well, I don't think that's very nice. I said, I don't really care. So they said they wouldn't do it. So I bought this guy's company for peanuts. I then immediately chaptered it. Oh, did I do a number on these banks? Oh, I made a great deal. And I helped my friend because I sold it back to him for much more than I paid for it, but still he was happy. Okay? But I do that. And I do that, and I'll take that around. As bad as it is, there's always something, even when you have incompetence like Obama and Kerry, there's always something in a contract that you can hang your hat on. That's what I do. There's always something. There's always something. And I will find it, and I will, believe me, I'll bring it back. I'll bring that sucker back. It would be a lot easier if they didn't make the deal. I kept saying, don't make it, don't make it. Just like I've been saying, don't make the trade pact. Don't make the trade pact. Let me do it. It's a year. Can you believe we're talking about a year? Can you believe it? You know, when I started really thinking about this, I thought about it seriously 4 years ago. Romney, oh, did he let us down? What happened to him? He choked. You know, he's very angry at me because I said he's a choke artist. I don't care. I don't want his endorsement. I don't want his endorsement. Endorsements don't mean a thing. And now he goes, well, Donald Trump is not a nice person. Who cares? The guy let us down. And I used to call them. I endorsed him. They asked me to help him. He let us down. He choked. No different than a guy standing over a 3-footer on the 18th hole, and he needs it to win a tournament, and he can't take the club back. His brain gets deadlocked. Jack Nicklaus, great. He'd always take it back, put the putt, boom, in the hole, in the hole. You have, not many, but, I mean, not many have that ability. Most people are choke artists. Well, he let us down. That's not going to happen again. McCain, in all fairness to McCain, he had a pretty hard deal going. You know, the economy was doing an El Crash show, right? So that way, we can't really blame McCain. But Obama should have been beaten the last time. So I backed McCain, and he lost. I backed Romney, and he lost. And I said, this time I'm doing it myself. We're not losing. We're not losing. So we're going to renegotiate, and we're going to do things with the Iran deal. Thank you. So we're going to do something with that Iran deal. We're going to make the best of it, folks. I'm not going to promise you the world, but I'm going to make it damn good. I'm going to make it better than anybody else could. And finally, we are going to renegotiate our trade deals. We are going to bring jobs back from China. We're going to bring jobs back from Japan. We're going to bring jobs back from Mexico. I tell the story about Ford. I respect the Mexican leaders. They're much smarter than Obama and his people. We have nobody that knows what they're doing. Ford's building a massive $2.5 billion plant. Nabisco just announced 2 weeks ago. Nabisco. They just announced that they're moving Oreos. My Oreos. Oh, I'll never have another Oreo. They're leaving Chicago. And they're going to open a plant.
Do you need an affordable Mac computer today?
Sorry, I was just talking to Troy about the Cardinals. You know, yelling across the room while trying to get my setup going. You can see I'm also looking at this live shot. It's Ty's birthday. Check out this live shot. Can we hear him? He's gearing up to
Harbor Airport. You pull out your phone and you try and request an Uber X. It may be difficult to actually get one.
Live.
That's because not a lot of the drivers that drive Uber X have gone through the permitting fees that are required to do so, or go through the extensive background checks to be able to pick up here.
Flex my right. Just hold it slightly
like that.
See, they're practicing. How fun is this?
Yeah, that's much better.
It's because very few of the drivers have paid permitting fees and done the background checks that allow them to pick up here curbside. But Uber wants to change all that. And that's why they are asking all of its users to sign a petition to make some major changes here.
Want me to stay in on that or come back out to you?
You can come back out to me.
Sure.
Want to practice again?
Sure.
So, I love him. He's such a sweet boy. Let's finish Trump out.
Difficult to get one. That's because very few of the Uber X drivers have paid.
Stuff anymore. And I'm not blaming Mexico, because if they can get them, but why? How does it help for Ford? How does it help our country? For Ford to build a massive plant to make cars and send them across the border, no taxes, no nothing. And I guarantee you, stuff like that will not be happening with me. I guarantee. And if it does, and I tell the story all the time, if it does, I'm going to call up the head of Ford and I'm going to say, folks, guess what? Congratulations on your plant. You are paying a 35% tax every time you send a car in. Because they're closing plants in Michigan and all other places in order to build this massive monster plant. It's not going to happen. And I guarantee you that by the end of the day, they call me back and they say, Mr. President, we're building the plant in the United States. I guarantee. And Nabisco's not leaving, and other people. We're going to fight to keep our jobs. We're going to fight against corporate inversions where they go out to get their money because they can't get the money back into this country. $2.5 billion, that's the legal fees. But they have probably $3 trillion offshore. And everybody agrees it should come back. The Democrats, the Republicans. For 3 years, it's $2.5 to $3 trillion money we could have here. Everybody agrees, and you know what happens? They can't make a deal. They can't make a deal even when everybody agrees. Nobody disagrees. Who's going to disagree? We want the money to come back here. We want to put that money to work here, jobs and everything else, and infrastructure. So there's total gridlock in Washington because there's no leadership. But there's a case, corporate inversion. Take a look. $2.5 trillion. Everybody agrees for years, and they can't even agree to that. So we're going to make great trade deals. We're going to make them fair. We're not going to lose almost $400 billion a year with China, $70 billion a year. It's not going to happen. When Japan sends us millions of cars, and we send them practically nothing by comparison, not going to happen. We have all the cards. What people don't know is that I have the strong negotiating hand. We rebuilt China. What China did to us is the single greatest theft. It's the single greatest robbery in the history of the world. It's true. They took our jobs. They took so much money. China rebuilt China with our money. And I love China. They buy my apartments. They're great. They're getting away with murder. They know it. I'll get along with them fine. They're tenants of mine in buildings. They're great. But they're too smart. We have stupid people dealing with them. So I have the smartest people in the world. I have people that are the greatest deal makers in the world. They're going to represent us. They don't want any money. They just want to show everybody how smart they are to be. And that's okay with me. That's okay with me. So I have guys like Carl Icahn. I have so many others. We're going to be announcing other names. And they're all calling me. They want to help. They're not saying, I want $200,000. That's like they buy a candy bar for that. They want to make great deals for this country. They want to see the country be great just like you want to see the country be great. These are talented people. They all want to come. They all want to help. If I put Carl Icahn, as an example, in charge of trade just with China, because the China imbalance is so huge, it's so big, that if we straighten that out, we go a long way to straightening out our problems. If I take somebody like Carl, who endorsed me the other day, I love having an endorsement. See, that's an endorsement that means something. Because when I get the really smart people endorsing me, that means something. But when I take somebody like Carl Icahn, Carl, do me a favor, watch over trade with China. They're not going to be taken advantage of anymore. So here's the story. We're going to make our country great again. And remember this, the American dream will be back, bigger and stronger, I promise, than ever before. Ever. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, look at those giant Trump heads, the way that they sometimes have giant Bernie heads. I've never seen giant Hillary heads, okay? Gotta get me one of those Trump faces. It's 9 o'clock, which means if you are local, you should head on over to Channel 10. If you're not, go to fox10phoenix.com/live and you can watch our live local TV news broadcast. I see a Cardinals recap happening right now. We're starting with some cards with Jude and Richard and all your favorite sports personalities that are via Fox 10. Download our app. It's free. Follow us on Twitter. Like us on Facebook. We're going to be back tomorrow morning. We're going to be back in 12 hours, honestly. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you so much for spending your evening with me. I'm Kinsey Schofield, and I'm on Twitter at KinseyFox10. You can continue to communicate with me until I see you again tomorrow at 3. Thanks so much. Bye.